And we are live. Oh my gosh, how good is it to be back here on Lichess? I'm Women International
I
Master Jessie February. Sorry, I cut you off already. Like we just started.
no, I just wanted to say I'm also so happy to be here.
I'm joined by the amazing Katharina Reinecke, Women Candidate Master. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm so excited that we're covering this. I mean, we can see the best women in the world compete against each other. So we have really exciting matches coming up, and I'm also really happy to do it with you for the next few days. So yeah, I'm ready to get the game started.
Me too. I believe this is the first time that we're working together. And also, I've seen so many collaborations between you and some people that I know in the streaming world, and it's just been so much fun. Honestly, like watching, I like living vicariously through others. So, looking at the photos, the videos, the content, like all of that, you seem like buckets of fun, honestly. So, I'm excited for this.
I can just give it back. No, I'm also really happy that we finally get to commentate together because, as you said, like the chess world is really small, and now we finally get to do something together. But yeah, I mean, you just came from Georgia, right? You also played in the Women's World Cup. How was it for you, the experience there?
Well, the experience itself, 10 out of 10. Honestly, the venue, the weather, the people, everything was top notch. But you know what they say, and it's one of the reasons why I'm sitting here and not at the chessboard right now. Those who can't play commentate. But I'm sure you're one of those players who can do both. You can play and you can commentate. What do you prefer, actually?
Oh, that's a really good question. I guess it depends on the tournament. I mean, I guess it's the mix. Like sometimes commentating is awesome, but then you also have like the feeling, oh, I really want to play again. So, but if you play too much, you're also tired of it. So I guess I really think it's the mix. Yeah.
That's true. Finding the balance. That's actually one of the best answers that I've heard. And maybe we can also switch to or probably just our main analysis scene so that we can catch the first moves coming in. We had a small chat just before going live about, you know, how we feel about the matches so far, just the exciting moments. And do you have any favorite in this tournament? I know as a commentator, you're not supposed to have favorites, you're supposed to be impartial,
Yeah.
but what do you think?
I guess I'm always for the younger generation because I think it's really inspirational when they're coming up. And I think the youngest one are Divya Deshmukh and also Song Yuxi. Yushi. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Um, but yeah, they're both 19 years old, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess those are probably my favorites. So yeah, how about you?
Yeah, I agree with you. Honestly, it's really nice to see the young ones. I mean, this is the one thing, right? When you're playing a tournament, you sort of don't want to get paired against anyone younger than you because you know for a fact that they're probably underrated, they probably have more energy than you, and things could go south really quickly. But when you're watching chess, it's a bit different, right? You like to see that excitement, that energy, the tactics, like all these things. So it's maybe both ways.
That-
I also like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say like there are usually more tactics in the shorter time controls. So every like third day the tie breaks. So that's where you're as a commentator just like, oh my God, what happened? And I think we just got our first move coming in.
Yes, we did. And I also wanted to mention just oldie but goldie. Maybe that's a little offensive. I take it back. But just some, old favorites of the tournament as well. When I was asked, I was at the World Cup, I was asked, you know, who do you think is the favorite of the tournament? And my answer was actually Harika Dronavalli. And I don't know if it was just in the moment, but I felt like I'm gonna stick to my guns. And if Harika ends up winning this tournament, I'm gonna ask them for a clip of that question and just be like, yes, I put it out there in the universe, and it happened.
So now now we I mean she has a tough matchup. So I guess if I'm for Divya and you for Harika, then we are in a little competition here today. But I mean she also took out Lucknow last round, so that was really convincing there. She's a super strong player. So
Mhm.
yeah, she seems to be in a good mood, even though it was not smooth. So she was worse and she made a comeback. So she deserved her place here.
Yeah, I saw that match between Harika and Katerina Lagno. It was going like right neck and neck. We were watching it live on stream actually, doing like a little bit of a watch party and seeing it go to tie breaks and then how Lagno sort of missed winning or there was an end game where it was kind of equal but then lost a pawn and so on. So, which game shall we start with, Katerina?
Yeah, we can just start with the first game, which is Lei Tingji against Nana Dzagnidze.
Yep.
That's the game I have open right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a Reti here. Are you playing this with white?
Your pronunciation is amazing. Please teach me. This is incredible. You're
Oh
like
no, I'm
Reti.
I'm
You're like
I'm not
Reti.
I'm yeah, I'm not sure if I like. I mean, openings. I feel like everyone is pronouncing differently,
Hmm.
but I just saw that here after e3. I think yeah, the main move is by far knight f6.
Hmm.
So okay, they're also playing this really quick. Yeah, I think what you don't want to do in those in this first game, you really don't want to lose. So a draw is fine, but it's really hard because you only have two games, right? It's really hard to come back when you lose the first game.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's really important here, and we have a really strong matchup. I mean, they're both GMs.
Yeah, they've both strutted their
Yeah, have
stuff
you
on
have
a
you
very
met
high
them?
level.
Have you met them in person? Like, have you talked to them before any of those two players?
Between Lei Tingji and Nana Dzagnidze, no. The first time I saw Nana, or just sort of got introduced to her games and like her as a chess player was when I was doing some commentary on the Cairns Cup. If I'm not mistaken, she was playing in the US at some point, and I was doing some commentary, and she seemed like a really solid player. I mean, she was holding her own, and this is one example of chess being absolutely timeless. You have a lot of sports where players need to, or sort of are forced into retirement because of their age, but chess is quite the opposite, right? We have players at a very high level who um, are like well past, I don't know, I want to say prime. What do you think? Like, do you have this sort of notion in your mind that chess players reach a point in their lives where it just goes downhill from there?
I think if I'm not mistaken, people say for chess it's like you have your peak like in the end of your 20s usually. Like how it's also in the other sports, right? Because at some point also your brain just is not as fast as it used to be. But I mean there are exceptions, right? You can also yeah, have exceptional results later on in your career, but I would say that also for chess the late 30s should be
Yeah, the prime
okay.
prime
Here we
time.
have queen c2.
Are you very familiar with this, with the white pieces or the black pieces? What is your
Not
usual
with the white.
approach?
I mean, black has, yeah, I think just in general, black has a really solid pawn structure. The only thing they need to worry about is the bishop on c8, because I mean, all your pawns are on white right now. But I mean, like, this is just a super solid setup for black. Not much can go wrong. So I guess you would just proceed to put the knight on d7 and then like just develop your pieces. Um, so yeah, the main problem is if you get stuck with the bishop on c8, then you have a bad position. But in general, I think this is not like fireworks. It's just a slow positional game that we're about to see here. So yeah, who would you prefer in this opening?
I'm not a huge fan of the ready structure, especially with c4 knight
Mhm.
f3 on the board. I'm usually, tackling the center with d4 e4 quite early. And with black, this is a structure I'm very comfortable with. And I know it all too well with the bishop on c8 being a troublesome child, just because I'm a French player too. So this is, it's just self
Ah, so you're
harm.
just like whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, it's self harm like right from move number two, and yeah, this e6 d5. Knowing later on maybe you want to push e5, maybe you want to play b6 with the idea of putting the bishop on b7, etc. Like it's a nice little task at hand to know what to do. I mean, some people even go as far as, okay, that is sort of moot now because of a6, but before this, the idea of playing b6 and sometimes exchanging this bishop as quickly as possible, um, even just taking, waiting for the bishop to take, and this idea of trying to trade the bishop. But this
Yeah, I
is
mean,
more in the
a6
French.
is
Hmm.
really nice to play with b5 as well, right?
Yeah.
So you have just a double, yeah, you can take back and it's still protected. So to get room like this and then maybe put the bishop on b7. Also, we got a question in the chat. Why is Jun Wenjun not playing? I mean, she's the reigning world champion, but so she does need to qualify for the world championship where we have 3 spots here, right? But do
That's
you
true.
know why she's not playing? Like she would be allowed, right?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I remember seeing the initial list of players when I was trying to figure out, okay, who would I play against and this kind of thing. And a lot of it was just the set names of players invited. And then in a bracket, if that player rejected to play, who they were replaced with. So maybe she was invited, but just decided, listen, I don't have to play. I don't have to go through this whole circuit like you mentioned. She's already reigning world champion, so she doesn't have to qualify for the candidates and all those other things. It would have obviously
Mhm.
been really nice to see her play, but she's leaving it up to her compatriots. She's like, you know what? I'm gonna step
I mean,
aside.
it, I mean, it's also marathon, right? They're already playing for so many days, and it could go on for like 10 more days for them. So I can understand if she's like, yeah, I'm already world champion. I don't need to do this 20-day marathon of chess. I rather just watch the other competitors to see where their weaknesses are. Maybe that's what she
Exactly.
was thinking.
I like that you mentioned marathon. I think chess fitness is a real thing. You have to have that sort of endurance and that energy for the entire stretch, if you qualify, of course. When is your next competition? Like, do you play often?
I haven't played since New Year's, but I'm going to play in the end of August a tournament in Portugal, the Maya
Maya?
Open.
Oh
So I'm
my
really,
gosh.
yes,
Oh, I'm gonna
you
have
played it
so.
before, right? I think,
Yeah, I
did you
played
play it
last
last
year.
year?
Yep, last year.
Ah, yeah, I saw that. I played it 2 years ago and it was really
Hmm.
nice. So I'm gonna go there again this year.
It's
How about
definitely
you?
worth it. Oh, I wish I could go. I wish. But it's the end of August, very busy time. And yeah, I'm gonna have to give it a skip. But I'm going to be, keeping an eye on the results and like watching all the content and things. And I'm just gonna sit there in a corner and cry with like a bucket of ice cream or something. I think I'll be fine. Yeah,
Oh
no, I'm
yeah,
so
I'm
excited
really
for
excited.
you. I hope that it goes well. And honestly, yeah, I hope that you post a lot too. Listen, you have some fans back at home like waiting to see the things online. So thank you in advance for
Yeah,
doing this.
I'm hyped for it to play some chess again. Should we switch to the second game here?
Yes, let's do it. Ooh, the
Because I
one that.
feel like there is a lot of Indian fans, and this is an Indian matchup. So we have
Yes.
4 Indian players in the quarterfinals, which is huge. And they're facing each other here in this match. So Divya, she had a great run. She just took down Juice Sinner.
Hmm.
So that was, I think she was seeded number 3 or something in the overall. Correct me if I'm mistaken.
Jinizu is
So
seeded
that
two.
was it.
Number two, actually. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
she
but you're
was
so
seated
close.
too.
Yeah,
Wow.
imagine that.
So that's even better that she took her down. So that was really impressive. Her matchup in general, like she won her first game, right? And then she only needed a draw in the second, but then she lost. So that was really really huge upset. But then she managed to win in the tie breaks.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know if there are any Divya fans here in the chat, but I feel like she has a really big fan base. Um,
I think she has a lot
so
of
yeah.
fans rooting for her. I also saw the sort of impressions that Chess Base India has gotten from their posts on the Women's World Cup. They've been doing a lot to promote the event and talking about the results and all those things, and it's really been quite amazing. I think they've even written a couple articles on their site. So big ups to Chess Base India for that. Shall we see how this game started?
Yes, please.
Okay. Are you an E4 player or a D4 player?
Sometimes I used to only play d4, but I switched because d4 can be really boring from time to time. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
I think we'll be great friends. I'm an E4 player. Yeah, I really like E4. D4, I've dabbled if I wanted to surprise my opponent by playing something like Jobava London, maybe the Tory attack, stuff like that. Yep.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the London itself, not a huge fan, but Jobava London has some cool resources. Yeah. What sort of D4 did you play? Like just the Queen's Gambit?
The Catalan, just yeah, no, the Catalan when I play
Catalan.
d4.
Okay.
So really, really solid and nice opening. I really like the Catalan. But yeah, so here we see God, Rui Lopez.
Yeah.
I see that there are 2 games that had this position before, where Bishop b6 was played, which makes sense to me, right? Because you don't want to give White the opportunity to take here and have an awful pawn structure, so you need to react somehow. So you either move your bishop away or you're gonna take on e3 yourself. But if you take on e3, right, you're always opening up the rook on f1 and the pawn like controls really central squares. So Yeah, that's a decision that needs to be made. How would you decide here? Would you take on e3 or go back to b6 with black?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of maintaining the tension. I think putting the bishop on b6 is also, I mean, white is likely to not capture that bishop for a while just because it will fix black's pawn structure, and it just helps a lot, like we mentioned here. And taking, I also don't like opening this file, so yeah, maybe it also strengthens white's pawn structure, or like center a little bit, with the idea of playing d4 later on. So bishop b6 would be on the cards for me. What
So
about
you
you?
would
Would you
agree
take?
to the games that have been played here before. Um, and also what I just recognized, like Divya still has over 1 hour and 30 minutes. So she's playing really quick, which I also saw in the last game. So in the opening, she always is playing really quick to get an good advantage there, or maybe also put your opponent under pressure, right?
I agree. So hopefully we'll see
Maybe
this.
same question.
Yeah, go ahead. Same question.
No, I was the same question here for you again. Have you talked to one of those two before?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I know Harika quite well, and I've actually played against Divya at the Grand Swiss in 2021 when I played. That was like my first
Ooh.
and only Grand Swiss tournament. It was a pretty big deal for me back then. I think I was the lowest rated, and probably performed exactly in the way that I'd be expected to, and scored half a point out of 11. Katerina.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Who
I
did
have.
you draw against?
It's a funny story, and I'll tell you all about it. But I have never been humbled as much as I did from that tournament. But yeah, so at after round 10, I was on 0 out of 10, and my heart was just shattered. One of the organizers came up to me and she said to me, I mean, this was in a very casual setting as well. It was like well after the game. She's like, you know, Jesse, there's something I need to tell you. In the history of this tournament, no one has ever ended on 0 out of 11. So maybe you'll
Oh
be the
no.
first. Maybe you'll be the first. So
You
I
didn't
literally,
want to go into the history books with
yeah,
that.
I was like that like Indian guy at the cricket match who looks all upset and stuff and like looks off into the distance with his hands on his hips and he's like, that's just not it. This is not how the world is gonna end. This is not my fate. Sorry, I do not want this title. It's like getting wooden mic and idols, you know, you don't want this. So the pairings come out for the last round. Katarina, I am paired against international master Alina Bivol.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my rating was a very sharp, like 1800. I was probably not in the best like mental shape for the match. And we started playing. It was a Caro-Kann. I won a pawn, and then I won another pawn, and somehow got into this like queen and pawn ending where we were both really low on time, and I messed up, but ended up getting a draw. Just I felt.
Congratulations. So you did
Thank
not
you.
go into the history books as the first person with 0 out of 11.
Exactly. I have never been more proud. It's almost like celebrating for not coming last in an event, but unfortunately I did come last. I was just celebrating that I didn't have 0. So, you know, there's only
And I
there's
mean, you
only
did do
room.
an international master, which is an amazing result.
Thank you. You're also a glass half full kind of girl. Like I said, we'll be getting along very well.
Yay, I think so. I think so too.
97. So no
Oh, here,
bishop.
yeah, I saw we're both,
Mm.
yeah, we were wrong. Like bishop b6 didn't happen, but I mean, this also seems like a really logical move. Now that I look at it, maybe you also like open up the f file for maybe have some f5 advances here in the future.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
I like this idea of f5, especially because there's no light squared bishop to sort of stop this f5 idea or cover those squares and make things difficult with some like tactics later. I mean, the usual idea is also to bring the queen to b3 and knight g5. So f5 could be seriously on the cards for black
What I'm
very soon.
a little bit about though is maybe If white plays really quick here, because they have a little bit of advantage in development. So if you just take here and play with d4 then to open up the position, and also you cut the bishop pair half, right? Because right now black has a bishop pair, so you just like trade that off, and then you just proceed with d4 and like just ask some questions. And if you take back, and then you already have like pressure against the pawn on c6. So maybe that's a little bit annoying to play here for black if you play like this.
I really like that thought process. Wow. I need to start thinking like you. Yeah, I like this idea of like getting rid of the bishop pair because that's black's sort of strongest asset right now. But also, how would you, if you had a chance, how would you prevent the exchange of the bishop pair? Because now maybe the idea is even to, if you don't play f5, play something like rook e8, try to get d5 in, and then moving the bishop back. Could be a thought.
Yeah, I think it's not really easy for black to prevent that white can trade off the bishop pair, because the bishop just is the best on c5, and if you retreat it somewhere, it's just for the sake of keeping it, but not really. So yeah, probably. I mean, it's not that I think white is better here. I just think if I had to pick, I would probably pick the white pieces here.
I would too. More solid. But given the fact that Harik is down to 1 hour and 20 minutes, maybe it's safe to say that she came up with this idea on her own. And she's out of her preparation now. It's a brand new position, a brand new game. And now that Divya has spent about 3 minutes on her move, I'm thinking that she's out of prep too. This is the first time in this match that she's dipped below an hour and 30 minutes.
But sometimes at top level, you also see their thinking. And then after the game, they say, yeah, no, I knew this. I was just thinking about which line I should play. And like, because top players, they're always like, okay, I played this before. So what lines could they have seen of me played before? So they're thinking, okay, maybe this is the best choice of all my lines that I have in my mind to play. So sometimes we think they're out of book, but really they're just considering which of their preparations they should play in their match.
That's a really, really good take. And we don't really know that about the female players because they are so good at their poker face. I mean, unless you're Hikaru who like looks up at the ceiling for 15 minutes, we don't actually know what they're thinking about. So
That's true. But I have to say here, I agree with you, and I do think that Harika played this move on her own, and this is probably not her preparation anymore. I mean, this position is familiar; she knows the plans, but I think this exact position probably she played on her own.
But we will be watching this matchup quite closely because I guess we both have our favorites in this match. And shall we take a look at the next one and come back to this a little bit later?
Yeah, that was a smooth transition, sure.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, we have our next Indian player, Vaishali, against Tang Chongji. And Vaishali had a really long day yesterday. Like, she went all the way in the tie breaks. Like, she had first the 15-minute and the 10 minutes and then the 5-minute blitz games. And, like, every time they played 2 games against each other. So, do you think she is maybe a little bit exhausted of yesterday? Or do you think that is not a disadvantage for her?
No, I mean, it's one of two takes, right? She's either very tired, or she is ready. I mean, she's got her prep games in. Marit gave her, I'm not sure how to pronounce her previous opponent's name. It was Meruert from...
oh, yeah, I'm also sure. I mean, she had a great tournament, her opponent, right?
Exactly, yeah. The young girl. And she gave Vaishali a run for her money, for sure. So I think maybe half-half. Maybe she didn't have enough time to rest, and the next rest day is only on the 25th for these players. So, if they make it all the way to the 25th, then they can safely, take a breather. But otherwise, it's back-to-back games, and if you're in the tie breaks, that's just another full day. I mean, Tan Zhongyi, I'm trying to remember whether She didn't play in the tie breaks yesterday.
No, she didn't play in a tie breaks. She made it right after the second round,
Hmm.
really convincingly.
So
So
that's the
she
difference.
didn't have to go into the tie breaks. Yeah, she beat Osmak, I think was her name. So
Yes.
yeah, she had a rest day yesterday. So
Hmm.
she could take some time to recover or maybe already start the prep.
That's true.
Um,
She was definitely watching out of the corner of her eye with the tie breaks and how Vaishali has been composing herself. And there was a question in chat,
mm,
we don't have cameras of the venue. Yeah, the cameras that we secretly set up haven't been turned on yet. No, unfortunately, it is just reserved for the official broadcast that's happening over there live on site. So we don't have cameras, but you know what we do have, which is way better? Imagination. And
oh
I
yeah.
think
I was thinking like what is she saying now? But yeah, that's true. And we have a really nice game here as well. So we have the Italian. You said you played E4, but do you also
yes,
play the Italian
I
or
do. I
do you
love
play the Spanish?
I love the Italian. I'm not too clued up on the Spanish, the roller pairs. Like I don't really play it. I think I've played it once or twice before, but that's just pure prep and nothing in terms of like studying theory and stuff like that. But the Italian, I love the Scotch gambit. Like these are kind of the openings that I grew up with and never really changed, even though I think my style of play has changed a lot. What about you? Now that you play E4, what sort of positions do you enjoy?
Oh, I like it when there is a lot happening. So I play the Vienna, so really wild games can happen
Oh,
after this. So when
okay.
I play E4, I'm like, yeah, I'm ready for a fight.
Yeah.
And when I play a D4, I'm like, yeah, this is just more solid. Especially if I don't have time to prep, I go with D4 because I feel like really safe with that my opening there. But it's usually not a firework when I play D4. It's just a really slow game. Um,
I mean, that's quite a
Oh, it says our
contrast.
streamers
Wow.
today are Laura, Unuk, and Raluca. I
Yep.
think that's not us. Or do you think that's us? I'm not
We
sure.
can try to impersonate. I mean, we might not, yeah, win in that regard. Are you Laura or Raluca in this instance?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm just gonna go with Laura. I always wanted to be a GM.
I find
But yeah,
no
we also
fault
got the
in being
question for
Raluca.
the feed, so maybe I can just send the Lichess link into the chat in case you want to follow the games as well on your own. Let me check here. Or maybe someone else is quicker than me. Or maybe they're not allowed to send links. That could also be the issue, right?
Just letting the team know that the night bot is maybe sleeping. It needs a bit of an update. That's okay. Laura's a GM now. Well, WGM, right? Oh, she's GM. Laura may GM? Hang on.
I'm not completely sure. I mean, it says GM there, but yeah, maybe that's.
She's
Okay, I
woman
sent the
grandmaster,
links for the.
yes.
Okay, so but still, I would love to have that title. So I sent
Yes.
the link for the broadcast in case you want to follow the games as well on your other device. You can check that link out. But we will make sure to cover all of the games. So since we, I would say, only have four, that's easier because like if we would have started 3 games earlier, then we would have covered 8 games at a row, or
Mm.
even earlier. Like it always doubles up. So I think 4 games is a good amount of games to have like the overview of everything that's happening.
I agree. It's more, we can give more attention to the games, and it's like having fewer kids to keep an eye on, you know? It's like we're babysitting the
Hmm.
games and making sure the best is. Nope, that's just a bad comparison. I take it back, and I would like a redo of what I just said. Hmm. But coming back to so the Vienna, that's quite a contrast to D4. You're playing like very slow games at D4, and then bam, switching to E4, and you get that like knight C3, F4 like business. So did you put a lot of effort and time into studying the Vienna, or is it something that you just play
No,
for fun?
not no. I'm that's why I'm not a top player, right? I didn't take too took too much time into studying these openings, but I guess it's also a mixture, right? You just want to be flexible and have other options, so you can choose like what you're feeling today or what is best against your opponent. So I think it's really nice that you're a little bit flexible, and we also see that on like top level, right? They play so many different openings, and you also have to do that because if you only play one opening, like people can just prepare against you until the end. So that's nowadays I think crucial for top level players that they have many different openings. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good in-depth answer, and it's always nice to be versatile. It's nice to have the variation and options to choose on a given day. You like wake up and you be like, I am choosing violence today, and then bam, you whip out
Hmm.
like the Benko Gambit or something crazy. So that's really cool. And against D4, what's your favorite go-to?
With black or
Yes, with black.
oh, I played a Slav. So I'm also used to have my bishop stuck on c8 from time to time. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, how about you? You say you played a French against e4?
Yes, also sort of Slav setup. I mean, I was dabbling in the Grunfeld at some point, and I don't really have a set repertoire when it comes to battling against d4. It's very much circumstantial, so it like depends on who I play against. If they're young and they're only playing like things like London system, maybe I'll whip out like a old Indian, like just play d6, knight d7, like try to get e5 in, and not really pay attention to much theory. But it throws them off, and that makes me happy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, I was just looking at this position here, and we see that both players have their knights on f6, g6, and g3. F3. So, I mean, the knights on G3 and G6 are looking like potentially jumping into the position, if like it makes sense. So
I like it. It's like a stallion standoff. Does that make no?
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, I mean, White has already a pawn on C3, so they have a little bit more control over the center, but it's a really equal position. So, I mean, Black, for example, they could also just play C6 here to have like almost the same setup here.
Yeah. Let's see a
I see
mirror.
there's some, yeah, some games have been played before in this position, and they also played C6 here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I mean, after C6, okay,
Ah,
Bishop E6
I was
instead.
hoping for some symmetry. I mean, this would have been amazing, right? C6, bishop e3, rook e8, and we have like a mirror.
Oh, true. Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, but I like from experience, like you think they're super boring, but you can lose like mirroring positions faster than you expect. Like you just need to go wrong one move and then suddenly everything falls apart. So just don't think, okay, I'm playing against a stronger player, I have a mirroring position, everything is fine. Like you still need to pay attention. So
Yeah, if they go grabbing some pawns, maybe you shouldn't go grabbing some pawns too. Yeah.
mhm.
If they jump in a fire, I wouldn't jump in a fire. I'm done with the analogies today, so it's good for you to just stop me
No,
at
I
any
like
point.
it. Keep it going.
And we have another sort of situation where do we retreat? What would you do here?
So I really liked your answer previous that you like to keep the tension because I feel like that's also a mistake a lot of people do, like just trading too early because it's just easy. But yeah, in general, especially in openings, like you don't need to trade everything because it if especially if it like helps your opponent or opening up new possibilities, you don't have to do this. So yeah, here just bishop b3 probably seems like a solid answer to this move.
Mhm.
I mean, again, you can take here and then go with d4 and like questioning that these pawns maybe get like weak somehow, like just play quick here. That's also totally fine. But yeah, you can also just go back here. Both are either good. Yeah, depends on what you prefer here.
Mhm. And this is the current position. Shall we take a look at the opening in the final one? Also, China versus India. That matchup is something else.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think we already said that we have 4 Indian players, right? But
Yeah.
we also have 3 Chinese players.
Mm-hmm.
So that is really impressive. So it really seems like these are the dominating chess nations nowadays, especially in women chess. So this is really, really impressive. I mean, to have 4 Indian players and 3 Chinese players out of the 8 people. So only one a person made it, one woman here from Georgia. But yeah, the others are yeah, from China and India, which is really impressive. So
Mm-hmm. She's trying her best to keep this title at home. She's like, I'm in Georgia. I'm going to keep the trophy here. You're not taking it from
oh
me.
yeah,
Yeah. You'll never take me alive.
the last woman standing.
Yeah. That's what she's going for here. And wow, I think this is the most dynamic opening that we've seen so far. Shall we go back
Mhm.
to the start of the game?
Yeah, let's go.
And it
Let's go
started with
to move
c4.
one here.
I mean, I said that with more judgment in my voice than I meant, but okay. So,
I mean, she's going for a really solid opening here with g3 and bishop g2. Um,
Catalan.
you
It's like,
yeah, you always have a really solid position here. So she's not taking any risks in the opening. Going for that. And okay, black decides to take here. And I mean, it's usually when black takes on c4, they're not taking because they think they're gonna win this pawn. It's more like white needs some time to take that pawn back. So here, especially, like, we're wasting 2 moves with the queen to take back that pawn.
mm,
And in the meantime, like, black is developing a little bit. So yeah, I mean, again, the bishop on c8, always our favorite piece on the board. I mean, if you make it to c6, you would be super happy, but it's a really long way because in between your pawn on b7 could be weak. So
mm.
yeah, playing here with a6 to maybe go with b5 and bishop b7. So if you like, if white is not reacting, you could just go like this. So that's why she played with queen c2 here.
That's true. I almost suggested a move like a4, which wouldn't be so great, right?
Mm.
I mean, usually you play this to stop b5, but maybe this doesn't even stop it. It can happen anyway. Or what happens after a4 actually?
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a really nice combination, though. I mean, like, you would think, okay, like, he cannot take back because then the rook on a8 is hanging, but your queen is also hanging in between. So,
Mm.
yeah, that could be a mistake that could happen to me, I guess. So,
Yeah, I was thinking like just coming back,
yeah,
but
I
now
mean,
what?
a4 seems logical, but yeah, you just
I'm somehow not able to see your, because I can hear you clicking, but I'm not sure if I can see the moves. Let's just
but you see
sync
when
up
I do
quickly.
arrows, right?
Yeah, just not going from move to move, unfortunately.
Oh, it's fine. Then I just see what the moves you're doing, and then I just keep
Oh,
drawing arrows.
my apologies. Yeah, I don't see the arrows currently if you have any on the board.
No, I don't have any right now.
Okay. Okay, we can come back here. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh just to try and come back and see what's happening. Okay. And if you switch to a different move, or like rather just going back in the notation, what happens?
Mm, I just went one move back, but yeah, it's fine. I will just see like which position you're in, and then
Okay.
I
I'm
can draw
seeing
my arrows.
this position has appeared quite a number of times. and some of the most recent games being in 2024.
Oh, and I see like also top people played this position before. I see here Aronian against Vidit had this position here before. So we're really deep into theory territory here. Um, I mean, white again is better developed. Black still needs to take some time to develop the pieces. And I mean, you need to be sure with black that all of this is working, right? Because like white could move the knight on f3 instead of going to d5 and have some discovered attack on the rook on a8. But it seems like everything here is working for black. They're just taking here with the knight, and your rook on a8 is not on acute danger, it seems like.
It's true. It would be very tough for me to even attempt to evaluate this, given that the black king is still in the center and castled. I'd be a little bit worried, but it is nice to see that there's some game references in this particular position. It really makes me think sometimes how many of these like top level games, or just from the master database, that these players are following, and that maybe in post analysis they could be like, yes, I was following this game from like 2022 and so on. I honestly love those moments of just them being able to like recollect a game from the past.
That's true. I mean, that's, I think nowadays how you get also inspirations for new openings, right? Just see what top players are playing and then see if you can adapt your repertoire to that. And that really helps you.
Katharina,
And yeah, I think yeah.
their time difference. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, yeah, I did not realize. I was like, what is she saying now?
I'm so
What
sorry.
secret are you gonna drop? Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I mean, Song had a great tournament so far, and she's definitely not the favorite rating wise in this position, in this matchup. Sorry, not position. And I also just saw that Humpy, she was the second female player ever to cross the 2600 elo mark. Right? I mean, after her, there were more, but she was the second ever after Judith Polgar. So I also saw interviews where people have been asked like, who is like a top female player who never became women's world champion?
Yes.
And a lot of players like said her name. So she really has been in the top of the world for a really long time. So I have a lot of respect for her, and I mean now she's facing a youngster, 19-year-old girl from China here, who had a great tournament so far. Yeah, she beat Lela Yavakshili in the last round, I think. So yeah.
I'm just trying to check because I believe even though Humpy Koneru hasn't been a women's world champion before, I believe she won the rapid chess title last year in New York.
Yeah, I think I saw an interview because they asked her like do you feel more confident in the tie breaks because you're the reigning rapid world champion? And she was like, yeah, I don't care about these titles. But yeah, I think you're right. She's right now the world champion in rapid chess. That's true.
Yeah. And I didn't ask you, and you asked me this question. Have you met or spoken to any of the players playing in the quarterfinals?
I mean, at the Olympiad, I saw like all of them. I'm thinking if I interviewed one of them. I know that I interviewed the male Indian players like Gukesh and Arjun, but I don't think that I did it with the female Indian players. So no, I have not talked to any of those, if I'm not mistaken. No, I don't think so.
Is there any one of the players that you'd want to interview?
Ooh, I guess all of them. I mean, it's always really inspirational, right? To
Mm.
get to know them more and ask them some spicy questions.
Spicy questions.
But yeah, I mean, I mean, here again, I would probably say I would prefer to interview the younger ones because they're still like they have so much potential in them.
Mm.
So um, yeah.
Very true. It's
How about
nice
you?
to
Who
get
would
there.
you like to interview?
Ooh, who would I like to interview? Hmm. To be honest, I've always wanted to meet Nana Dzagnidze. I would have loved to just ask her about her experiences in the chess world. Like, story time with chess players? Yes, please, honestly. But like you mentioned,
And I think
also, yeah.
no, I think in general, Georgian, I think it's so inspirational how many strong women players they have in Georgia. Like, what
Mm.
are they doing different than all the other countries that they're
Yeah,
having so many
exactly.
grandmasters
What are you
there?
eating? Like,
Uh,
what are you feeding them? Yeah.
please give me some advice here.
Ooh, E4 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. And then, like, the master database just, like, dissipated. It just, like, became non existent. This obviously makes us
Hmm.
believe here. I mean, it's incredible. If Humpy is playing on her own here and is still able to recollect maybe some theory or some knowledge of these kind of positions, um, still trying to figure it out at the board, that's definitely commendable. I can probably, or we could probably tell that Song is still in theory here. She's like singing to
That's true,
herself.
but I like the move e4 in general because, like, black, as we already like recognized, needs more time to develop. So you're just trying to open up the position, and put the black king a little bit under pressure here. So
Hmm.
I think this is like a really nice way to play this position. And I just had a quick look here at the engine, and yeah, black only has one move here that is okay, and the rest is already worse.
Can
So
I
you need to
guess?
play d4.
Yeah, okay, that would have been my guess actually. Because I decided not to
Oh
use the
yeah,
engine.
you're as strong as the engine here.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I didn't want to put the engine on, but if I did, I would obviously know like what the best moves are if we miss a tactic or something. So it's really good that you're keeping it on sometimes or just checking. I do want you to let us know if
Hmm.
we've missed something major. But then using the master database,
I
I
will
think it
be that
gives.
person. I will
Thank
be
you.
that person to check if we're not saying any bullshit here. But yeah, you are right. So d4 here is really crucial, and I mean, as you said, you don't want to open up the position. So yeah, that's completely right.
Wow. So only move in the position. What would happen? How many lines do you have available there? Like what would happen if black took? Yeah.
So here I guess you just take back with a check, and I don't know, maybe the rook on a8 also has some problems because like you have to do something against check, and now if I move my knight on f3, your rook on a8 is double attacked and you cannot move the bishop
Wow.
to
I was even
yeah,
thinking something like
protect.
this and
Ooh,
maybe
yeah, that
here.
also looks good.
Yeah, I know you just take here
Oh,
and
and
this
the
rook.
queen on
Ah.
a7, the queen on a7 is protecting.
Mm. But
Oh wait,
wait,
go
never
one move
mind.
back. Yeah,
I
the queen was hanging in
was just
between.
testing you. I was just checking if you're awake. I'm really
But
glad.
yeah, so this is really dangerous here. But I like that the queen on a7 was suddenly protecting the bishop on e7.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we see that the bishop on g2 can be super dangerous here. So yeah, this is not to joke with.
Okay, so maybe it's.
Um, so yeah, in the position here after e4, okay,
Oh,
she played d4 pretty quickly,
okay.
so she didn't need to think long here. I mean, that's really logical. Like it just also your feeling, right? She knows, okay, my king is still in the middle. I am not allowed to open up the position. And
Hmm.
now she also has a pass pawn, right?
Yeah,
So
imagine this
if like
position.
somehow,
If
please
somehow.
go.
Oh, I was just like adding that like small little moment. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I was saying the same. So like if we come to an end game, this pawn is gonna be really strong there on d4.
Hmm. Yeah, I was like climbing on what you were saying there about this past pawn. I was like, imagine this position. Like, imagine c4, imagine d3. being on the board as well. So it would be nice to keep an eye on. Maybe, do you think b3 is mandatory at some point?
I think right now Black cannot play already c4 and d3 just because I mean as like I think there's also a rule that like it doesn't make any sense if you just let your pawns run if there's nothing behind, right? Like you just have your army and sacrifice all your soldiers. So you need first to make sure that there's also something coming behind. So before that's a threat, I think Black really has to play like bishop b7, bishop e7, something like this.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think for the future, if like Black manages to develop all their pieces, then at some point maybe b3 is a good choice to prevent c4 maybe. Okay, but White is playing really concrete lines here with a4, um, threatening to take on b4 because then the queen on a7 would be like you're not able to take back because your queen on a7 would be hanging.
Hmm.
So yeah, what are you doing here?
I definitely agree. It's a very cool move that I hadn't even considered because, you know, if you move the queen away, trying to defend the pawn, but also be able to take back with the pawn, your rook is not connected yet. Your rooks aren't connected, and I mean, black is a little bit behind in development, and white could probably spend this extra move, moving a pawn before castling, just to make things a little bit more difficult for black. What would you play here with the black pieces?
Yeah, I like your suggestion just to play queen b7 because you don't want your queen here on the line. Yeah, so it seems like you can also play bishop b7, and if white takes on b6, you're just gonna go and sacrifice the pawn by playing queen b6.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems possible. Because if white keeps taking and takes on a6 as well, you can take back with the bishop and
I'm
white
not
cannot
able to
castle
see
anymore.
the arrows. Could you quickly
Okay.
refresh?
Yeah, I can. So I didn't do arrows. I put the moves on the board. But yeah, after
Oh,
bishop b7,
okay.
if you take your queen b6 and if you then keep on taking, suddenly we have a bishop on a6, and then white cannot castle because there's a bishop on a6 that's preventing us from doing that. So it seems like you can just keep on developing because it's not really a big threat here to take that pawn,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a really interesting line here.
Okay, to give up the pawn just to stop white from getting the king safe. I like the idea. Are you someone who
Mhm.
enjoys a gambit? You enjoy giving up material for activity?
Ooh, in this position, I would definitely do it if like your king is stuck in the middle, to play with the initiative. But I also like if I have a pawn more, and I'm just like, okay, if I get through this in the end, I know I am always some material up, even if I have to suffer a little bit. So yeah, I guess also here it depends. How about you?
I used to enjoy like sacrificing pieces left, right, and center just for activity or trying to
Mm.
get some sort of exciting line. But these days I'm more chill. I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna do the slow grind, you know, try to find some positional advantages and, you know, press on the weaknesses and so on. So yeah, I used to like to play more aggressively, but these days I enjoy, you know, capturing the pawn and saying, you know what, I have an extra pawn, try to prove your
Mm.
worth. Show me what you
Yeah,
got.
show me
Show
what you
me the
got.
money. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So that brings us to the current position of a4. And Katerina, I have a question for you.
Oh yeah.
Shall we, before sort of looping back to the first board and looking at the exciting things that middle games can bring us, shall we go on our first break of today?
Sure, let's do it. Let's give the audience some time to grab a coffee. So we'll back in a really short time. So yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we are drinking coffee for your protection. All right, be back soon. And we are back after a very short break. Hopefully, we didn't miss anything. Katharina.
Yeah, I just see at the position that we're at right now, no move happened. And yeah, so Black took the first time to think a little because before that she played everything really quickly. So maybe she's looking at the line that we discussed earlier. Oh, okay, but she did not play the line we looked at earlier. She plays a completely different move. B5, B4 here. Yeah, preventing for white to take here at any point, but also the plan that you pointed out with c4 d3 is more unlikely now because you don't have a pawn on b5 anymore. But yeah, so I mean, in terms of you don't want to open the position, that's a really logical plan here to play with Black.
I really like that take. And she also waited for us to come back to the commentary to play the move. She's like, where are
Yeah,
you guys? Where?
really nice of her. Really nice of her. I
Yeah.
think so too.
Yeah, we have that like earpiece just to tell her, hey girl, can you wait? We just need to go and eat something and then come back and you can play. Oh, almost immediately, Humpy plays this e5 move, trying to open up the diagonal that we spoke about a bit earlier.
Yeah. Ah, look at that bishop on g2. It's alive and it's really dangerous. So yeah, I think now is a really good point for Black to finally play bishop b7 to be sure that there's no rook hanging at any point. But to be sure, I wouldn't even be sure if we have the opportunity to take the rook on a8 if it's really the best thing to do, because it always weakens up your king a lot if that would happen. So you'll also, even though you would win an exchange, if like Black decides not to move the rook, it's not completely clear if yeah, the king is really safe then for white.
I know this is a crazy line, but I hope that you can see the moves that I'm making on the board right now. What about something like queen to f5 with the idea of playing e6? Because there must be some reason why Humpy wanted to go for this e5 so quickly as well. I mean, not only to open up the diagonal, but to say, listen, once your bishop is off this diagonal, maybe, you know, you're 2 moves away from castling. What happens if I just approach your king side with my queen? I come say hello, you know, with with the idea of maybe even checkmating at some point, right? With the idea of like queen f7, you know, knight, you know, checkmate. Like just...
I really like the idea. Yeah, that looks really powerful. I mean, if you think about it, the queen is your most powerful piece, so now you just have 9 more pieces in the attack. So, yeah, no, I think that's a really nice idea. So here you're showing, even though Black is up a piece, that's completely winning here for white.
Something like that is
So
just
there
like the
are
dream scenario.
yeah, there are some dangerous lines. So Black need to be really careful if we decide to play with queen f5. Yeah, no, I like your idea really much. I mean, in general, Black is really under pressure here. So that's a good situation here for white to keep the pressure going if she decides really to play this line here with queen f5.
Yeah, with many pieces on the board and Black being behind in development, I would prefer white. But once the pieces come off, I think these pawns become more powerful, right? because it's
I mean, black is also a pawn up, right?
that is correct. Very observant, very demure, very cutesy.
Yeah, that's always like you keep talking about position for so long, and then you're like, yeah, you should just be better, and then you wait, but the material isn't even. So yeah, I also forgot about that. But yeah, black just took the pawn, and white never took it back. So
Mhm.
she has a pawn more. So yeah, white need to prove somehow where her compensation is, because otherwise, in the end, black just has a is a pawn up, and it's also a passer. Okay, but Chad also saying, oh, Chad is saying Humpy will win the whole thing.
That's a
Okay,
strong prediction.
that's a strong prediction. I also saw in the interview she gave that she only came to the semifinals 4 times, but never to the finals. So
Hmm.
that would be a new thing for her to win this event.
It would be nice to see her make it to the final at least. I have a prediction. And I'm not saying it
Okay, let me
due,
know.
yeah, this is not like I'm not saying it because of favoritism or anything like that. But my prediction is that the final is going to be between two Indian players. I'm saying it right now.
Ooh,
Yeah. I mean,
that's a
statistically,
strong take.
half the field are Indian players, but this is my final
One
prediction.
will be gone for sure after this round because we have an Indian matchup.
True. Yeah, didn't really think about that. But very true, and then
But
we'll be down to
no,
four players.
I think the Indian fan base would love that. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't think we will have an Indian final. I think one Indian player will be in the final, but not two, because they're just yeah, so many other strong players still in there. So I don't think all of them will be eliminated. But maybe you will win this hot take.
Mm-hmm.
We have to check at the end. I mean, we will also commentate the last rounds, so we'll see.
That's true. Okay, so then maybe second take. It will be between Nana Dzagnidze and Harika Dronavalli. That is my second like
Oh, but we
prediction for
need
a
to make
final.
sure, is that even possible? Like, who are the semifinals against? Is the winner of
Oh, true.
Leighton and Nana playing against Harika and Divya? Because like some finals are just not possible, right?
That is very,
So
very true.
you have the tournament tree, right?
I
Can we
do.
maybe have a quick look at
I do. Yes, indeed. Let me try and switch scenes real quick because I think we have the physical tree. I also want to make sure that your microphone is audible. Uh,
Nana against who? No, wait.
One second. I wanted to just make sure that you're audible in the other scene so that we can all listen to your wisdoms.
Ooh. I even you put me on the final spot because I will be in the final as
Yes, you
well.
will. You will be there. Guaranteed.
Photo of this awesome tournament tree so that I
Mhm.
can have a quick look at it later if we don't have it on the screen. But
Yeah, so this, I'll also
yes,
send
I
you,
think your matchup was possible, right?
I'm gonna send you something on Discord just because um, we are like besties now.
Mm-hmm.
This might be also easier
Awesome.
to follow. It's from
Ah,
chess.com.
yeah, okay, now I have the tournament tree here as well with a better quality. So, what was your suggestion again? Nana against
Yeah, so I think that, okay, it is
Nana
actually
against
possible.
Harika?
Yeah, it is actually
It is
possible.
possible, yeah.
So, the next matchup will either be Harika or Divya versus Tang Zhongyi or Vaishali. So
Mm.
that might 100% mean another knockout of the Indian player after the
Mm.
semifinals. And Lei Ting Ji or Nana Dzagnidze versus Humpy Koneru or Yusing Song.
So if you would want an all India matchup, Humpy Koneru needs to be in there because she's the only one uh in the matchup of like the one semifinal, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, then the odds
Um,
might be slimmer, I guess.
yeah, so we only have an all India matchup as Humpy is there. So
Don't let us down,
that's
girl.
interesting. Okay, that was interesting. And Chad also said it could be a Chinese one. So uh, like now that I'm looking at that, if we have an old Chinese one, then Tanzhongji needs to be in there. And the second one, either Song or Lei Tingzhe. But yeah, I think it's gonna be two different nations. But yeah, I mean, we will see. We will get surprised, and we got a move here, Bishop B7.
Let us take a look. Sorry, I was just like removing my blazer while we were on that scene, taking advantage of the fact that we were on a different scene. So Bishop B7, as predicted, it's on the board. Now the question is, shall we see this Queen F5? Could we do a sneak peek at the engine real quick just to know what the best move is for white here?
So I have it on, and it's actually E6. Wow.
Oh,
E6
immediately.
is a really instructive move
Giving up
because
another
you
pawn.
don't wait. You're like, okay, I'm one pawn down. I don't care about the pawns anyway. My only way to win this is through initiative. So I'm gonna play with E6 here to yeah, like rip open the king.
Yeah, who needs
And
pawns?
if you take yeah, if you take, we just castle, and we have so much pressure against the black pawns that I think it's really complicated. So the engine says actually equal, but I think it's really complicated to play with black to find all the right moves here.
And I mean, we could probably predict the thinking time here. The last like 2 or 3 moves, that's the most amount of time that Song has been spending, right? Because she was sitting on an
Mhm.
hour 32 or hour 31 for quite a while. And then after, I believe it was the move, which one was it? It was E4.
After
Yeah.
a4 she had her first think, yeah. I mean, I guess she probably knows that the position is equal. But she also like didn't look at this exact answer from white, so she's trying to figure out how she needs to proceed to keep that equal position, which is really hard.
Yeah, it's always like these crazy positions equal according to the engine, and like one slip up and something crazy happens. And then the
Mhm.
evaluation bar ends up looking like a heartbeat.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, chat is also normal at Super saying practically it is very easy for white, difficult for black. Yeah, I would agree on that one.
Thank you, chat, for letting me know that the live boards were a little bit off. I'll make sure to fix that up for us in a moment. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, sometimes they just go a little bit crazy and then we have to adjust it. But hopefully that is slightly better. There we go.
You have everything under control.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, should we switch again to another board? I mean, even though this is super interesting, we haven't had a look at the other boards for a while, so I would just
Yep.
switch maybe to which board should we go to next?
Shall we go back to board number 1 between Lei Tingji and Nana Dzagnidze?
Sure.
This was our reti that we were taking a look at in the beginning.
Hmm.
And the last move that we saw, I believe, was the move knight to... No, it wasn't. It was here, a6. And then b3, c5, bishop b2, and knight c6, a3, b6. So very
Can you
slow.
still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you also see me? Because I
Yes.
feel like my leeches, or in general, I cannot switch tabs anymore or boards. It's not a leeches thing. It's more like a.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried to switch. Maybe refreshing. Have you tried?
Let me real quick.
Someone call tech support. We're gonna need some help. So what is
No, I think it
the...
was a
Yeah?
thing from my PC. I switched for a second.
Okay. We'll wait for you. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere.
Okay, so first board, what did you just say? I'm here back again.
Okay, I'm really glad. So I said that the last move that was made is this b6, and they're just making some slow
Mhm.
progress, developing the pieces still, and really taking their time doing so. I mean, bishop e7 seems like a practical approach, and I really dislike it when my opponent goes for this idea of like d4, putting the bishop on b2, maybe bishop d3. I just never know what the general idea is. And often you have
You
this
mean to play with black or
with black.
to make the right moves with black? Yeah.
Yeah. And you have this like unsurmountable pressure in the center, not sure which pawn to take at any point, and it's like, what do I do? And more often than not, I mean, I'm a little bit confused. When the bishop is on b7, is the knight better on c6 or d7?
Mm, I mean, if the knight would have been on d7 instead, then you have more control over e4 because your bishop is straight up pointing at it. But yeah, I mean, the knight on c6 also has more control against the move d4 from right. So yeah, I think both has advantages, but in general, the knight on c6 should be a good square to place the knight here, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, shall we look at another game?
Yes, sure. I think this is like we will have more action here later. This was not as exciting as the game between Humpy and Song from the opening.
It's true.
Okay, let's see what happened here because we made some suggestions, right? We the last thing we saw was in move 9, knight d7.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
And so yeah, here we were thinking maybe f5 could happen in the future, but mainly you want to be able to take back the bishop with your knight. And that is also what happened here when we look at the next two moves. So they traded the bishop and also d4. Oh wow, that's exactly the line we were talking about. So white is opening up the center because all the pieces are developed, and now having some pressure on c6. So yeah, it's not so easy to protect this pawn here with black. I mean, you could play like bishop e7 or b7, but yeah, Harika decided here to play with queen e8. And yeah, I'm not sure if I would have picked this move because it looks kind of passive. What do you think about queen e8?
It's a good question. On one hand, you're protecting the pawn. On the other, you're still keeping your options open as to where you're going to place the bishop. Maybe the bishop doesn't quite know. Maybe the bishop... I mean, a5 we did see on the board on like the live moves. And maybe the bishop just wants to find more solace on a6, with a
That's
larger
good. Yeah,
range.
your bishop wouldn't be happy on b7 or d7, so you take another piece to protect the pawn to have still the option to not lose time with your bishop development for a6. That's a really good point. Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm. And maybe our dreams of playing f5 are off the table for now. the rookie one.
Especially after rook e1, which happened here in the next move because
Mm.
oh, you already have it. Yeah, because now after f5, yeah, your queen is always hanging. I mean, you did attack the pawn on e4 for a second, but you were never really able to take it. So yeah, white is just a little bit more active here. But nothing crazy. Like we still have the bishop as black, and as you said, once it appears on a6, it's a really good one too. So I think black is not in trouble here, but white just has more room, and yeah, decent position.
I think we're gonna have a very calm middle game, transitioning into an endgame here, because for sure these knights will be exchanged. Maybe we'll see a c5, bishop a6, and so on. I think the queen will. Never mind. I take it back. Everything I said is no longer valid. e5 is crazy. What would happen here? Maybe still c5. What do you think?
C5. I'm looking at knight f5 then. Is that a move, or can you just take on f4? I don't know what's
f4
happening here.
feels free.
No, probably you cannot take on f4 because then I take on d6 and your queen is hanging.
Right, it was
maybe
a trap all along. Yes, you're right.
But yeah, that's a really nice. So you're just trying to rip open the position because the queen on e8 is so weak.
Yeah, and the pawn weaknesses for black. You maybe just zooming in on that. Also allowing maybe a future. Okay, once the knight is protected or exchanged, we play something like queen to f3, maintaining some pressure on this weakness over here, bringing the other rook.
That's a really good point. But I'm thinking, is white threatening anything? Like if we just move, for example, the queen to d7, because if white decides to take on d6, we can just take back and everything's still protected.
Maybe
so maybe
f5?
have to. Maybe f5.
f5 no, because takes and bishop takes the pawn. But I like your idea.
Yeah, the pawns are also. The pawns, they can be a little bit loose there.
I need to stop pushing pawns.
Yeah, I mean.
Ooh, take? I'm not sure if pawn will take here. You think the pawn will take?
I mean, it does open up the file for the rook on f8. So that's something nice, but also your bishop on c8 doesn't have so many things to do on this diagonal, but since it can go to a6, yeah, probably you're taking with the pawn is the best approach here. And oh, you're going for okay, but I'm not I am not in a worry here with black because my queen protects g7 really well. So maybe I can just play d5 here. I mean, even though all my center pawns are now on the white squares, that's fine as long as your knight doesn't have a crazy good place to be.
Yeah, it gives up
c5
this control
could be
of c5. But on the other hand, I agree. Yeah. I mean, you're locking down the position a little bit, not really creating any massive concessions with allowing this exchange and e6 becoming weak. But the whole point of queen g4 is to protect the pawn, bring the rook in, and maybe put some pressure on the king side. But that's about it. So let's see if something similar would actually take place. But what was the current position?
Yeah.
What was this? What if we'll see another pawn advancement? d5. d5 and no, maybe not. I don't know. This has always been some of the trickiest things to solve for me in chess. Pawn exchanges or just general exchanges and advances in the center. Because it's not a
I mean, it just changes the whole position so much. Like if you decide to take or not take. So that's a really crucial moment here for sure. But yeah, what happens if d5 is happening here?
Like
I mean, our pawn on f4 is still hanging, so we
Hmm.
need to protect it somehow. And here, I guess queen g4 that you suggest is not an option because the bishop is now pointing at it because in the other line the queen was standing on d7. So yeah, maybe we just play queen d2 after d5 to protect it first, and then we reroute our knight somewhere to get to nicer places. Maybe something like this.
Are you playing some moves?
Ah, no, not right
Oh,
now.
okay, okay. Yeah, I agree. I'm not still like convinced that d5 is the way to go, but it looked nice in the moment. As do many plans that don't eventually succeed. Shall we move on to
Hmm.
Tanzongyi Vaishali?
Yes, please.
All right. So they're probably the closest that we can see out of all four games. They're the closest in time difference. 58
That's true. They're
minutes.
also already at move 17. What was the other game? They were move 15, right? Move 15, move 8. Oh, wow. Nana against Lei Ting-Jie are only on move 8. That's crazy.
Move 8. Whoa.
Um, crazy. But yeah, here we already have move 17 on the board. And first, I'm counting the material, and it's equal here. So that's to be sure about that one.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I also forgot. So,
Yeah.
mm,
I'm going back to that position we saw
here.
after bishop e6. And in that position, white accepted and took on e6.
Not what we were thinking.
Hmm, not at all what we were actually
Oh, but
seeing.
you didn't went. Oh, we were talking about it, and then we said maybe a quick d4 afterwards, right? To immediately strike in the center. But instead, she's questioning the bishop first because at some point we can play a5 here, right? After a4. Uh, like after she took, yeah. So it makes sense that this is a good move. Because we're just taking some extra space on the edge of the board and black needs to do something about it. And okay, she decides to play with c5, so if a5 is happening, black can... Oh no. Ah, the queen is now preventing it because the pawn would be hanging. I didn't recognize at first. I was like, okay, now the bishop can go to c7, but yeah, a5 is just not longer threatening. Okay, we're fast forwarding.
Oh, okay, so b5 was the final move. But to go back to the point that you're making, yeah, it's interesting to see this rerouting of the bishop to d8, actually. Hmm.
So what I really see is that the queen is a really important piece here for black because it's protecting all the weaknesses, right? It's protecting e6 and b5. So maybe a little bit overloaded here.
Hmm.
Um,
I
I
agree.
would not want to have this position here with black because the queen is only on a defensive side, and maybe I don't know if the queens would have been traded, it's even more hard to defend these pawns, or maybe it's nicer to keep then. So our queen as white is always putting pressure. But yeah, I think something went wrong here for black. Because yeah, I mean the queen on b3 in general is really nicely placed. Also has some eyes on the king on g8. Yeah, that's not easy.
Yeah, I was looking at this queen trying to do the job of a light squared bishop, and being tied down
Mm.
as a powerful queen to just the protection of some pawns is probably not ideal. I think the point here is that maybe black will want to just lock all the pawns on dark squares for now, allowing the queen to have some more activity. But it's also tough because we only have dark squared bishops on the board. You don't want to have your pawns be on the same color as the bishop so that, you know, in a situation in an endgame, it becomes easier for the bishop to just munch up all those pawns. So
That's true.
maybe we'll see an a6 instead. And oh, okay, I suppose a6 and c4 is also an idea. Or just c4 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if you manage to close up the position, that's nice. So maybe we should look at the move if white just takes here on c5 to try to open up, to don't give black the option to close the position here. So after d takes c5, I guess black has to take back. And now there's another weakness, and that's the pawn on c5 because it's not protected. So,
I can see your moves. This is great. I'm so happy.
oh, really? You can
Welcome
see
back.
it now?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So that's great. So if I play now queen c2, you can see that?
Yes.
Oh, we're finally completely in sync and connected.
Yep.
That's awesome.
I'm so happy now. My day is made.
So yeah, how do you want to protect this pawn here?
Yeah, this is tough. Maybe it's necessary to play rook c8. And then try for a6 if white doesn't play a6 themselves to try and
Oh, I see something. After rook c8, we have a win. We have instead of a6, we can play e5 and a double attack on the knight on g6 and the
that is beautiful.
knight on f6.
That is very, very beautiful.
That's a threat here. That's a double threat. So if we play here queen c2, we once threatened to win this pawn, but also to win a piece. So yeah, that's a big problem here, I guess. So queen c2 seems like a really strong move. I didn't see that at first.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. Okay, very cool. So can I ask my sneaky engine buddy just to check what the best move is here?
Yes, please. Oh, yeah, it's queen f7 here.
All right.
After queen c2. But the engine says 0.8 for white.
Okay.
Oh, we can just take the pawn. So the best move for black is here to give up the pawn on c5.
Oh, and play d5 or just completely like do something else?
Yeah, I guess we just pawn up then with white.
Wow.
So if that's the best thing to already give up the pawn, that's a great news for Vaishali here.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, so that means in the position here after b5, she should make sure to keep the position open, to play against all these weaknesses. So to take on c5 here, that would be the move that we just looked at. And then queen c2, really strong move, attacking the pawn, the obvious threat, the pawn on c5, but also have a discovered attack on a knight on g6. So which just wins a pawn here for her.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, Tang Zhongyi coming fresh from the match versus Zhu Wenjun and playing in the World Cup. You would think she's a very heavy favorite. I mean, she won the candidates, and not defending champions, I suppose, does rather Tang Zhongyi have automatic entrance to the candidates?
I think so too, yeah, you should, yeah.
Because I know they removed this from the rules, like on the open side.
You mean they have new rules? Oh, maybe someone in the chat knows if Tang is automatically qualified. Yeah, I think something rings in the back of my head. I heard something about it too, but I'm not completely sure. But yeah, that would be crazy if the loser of the final is not automatically qualified for the candidates.
Yeah, for instance, I think that Ding Liren would have to qualify all over again for the candidates, right? Like he wouldn't get automatic access to participate in the candidates. But this would be interesting. Maybe you guys can let us know in chat. Do some searching around, some digging. Yeah.
I mean, Zhu Wenjun has been world champion for a while, so I would really like to have a tough fight to maybe change that up again, to have some drama up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Zhu Wenjun is just really dominating as well, so she deserves it 100%.
Yep, definitely. definitely. And the one thing I also realized, or I was told rather, is that another female who has never become women's world champion is Judo Polgar.
That's true. She never competed.
She never competed.
I mean, makes sense. She didn't need to. She was top of the world as well, not only for the women. So she was like, yeah, I don't need this title. I rather play in the open section, which is really inspirational.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. I mean, everybody dreams at some point of becoming a player like Judo Polgar, having that kind of impact on the world of chess as a female. And
Yeah,
yeah,
she's just yeah, really, really inspirational. Really nice style of play that she has. Really aggressive, really straightforward. So yeah, I guess she's an idol for a lot of young women.
mm-hmm. I have something to tell you, Katerina. There are
Oh yeah, please, I'm all here for it.
fireworks. Fireworks on the board on number 4, Hambi Koneru,
Really?
using song. She gave
Okay.
another pawn. 2
Ooh,
pawns.
she played the e6 line.
Yes, it's on the
I love
board.
that.
Mm-hmm.
She really did. But she didn't do it immediately, right? She first castled, I see. Oh, do you see my moves again?
Try to make some moves quick.
Yeah,
No.
I'm doing. Okay, we lost that. We were in sync for a second, but it's fine. You
Okay, I'm
just
going
tell
to
me what move
refresh.
you're at.
Maybe you should refresh as well, and we can try again.
Mhm. Okay, I'm going back 2 moves.
No.
No?
Okay.
Okay, it's fine. So let's look at the position we were at last. I think that was after bishop b7, right?
Yep, bishop e7 was on the board.
And you suggested here queen f5, which I really like, and your idea was as well to play with e6, right?
Yes.
But yeah, it seemed like when we looked at the engine that e6 immediately was also an idea here to give up the second pawn. But Hampi decided to castle first, and then after bishop e7, now she went for e6, which I also like because now your rook is already ready to go in there as well. And after takes rook e1. Now we have a castle again for black. But now this gives up straight the pawn on e6, right? So it wasn't even a sacrifice. We already have our pawn on our rook on e6, ready to double up our rooks, have all the pressure here. I mean, black is still up a pawn, but all these pieces on the 7th rank, they seem like they're just so discoordinated.
Yeah.
So this is not looking good for Xu Jing, I would say.
Yeah, I think just giving up the
Oh
pawn
wait, now you see.
she's... Oh, I can see your
Do you
circles.
see my?
Yeah, I see
Do you
them.
also see my moves again?
No. I only see rook
Okay,
takes
but at
e6.
least my circles.
We'll try to follow as closely as possible according to your suggestions. All right, sorry, is the live move. So rook takes e6 was played, bishop f6 being the last move. I think maybe she had in her mind here that, you know, I'm already a pawn up. I'll give this one back just for the sake of development and so on. Yeah, I'm also looking at
Finally
ways...
getting the king to safety.
Exactly. And also now getting the rooks into the game for white. What I'm thinking here, if white decides to play this rook a to e1, also with the idea of playing like queen b3, trying to get on the same diagonal as the king, things could get kind of tricky for black. Maybe.
Oh, I really like your suggestion with the queen b3 move, but I would really like to check with the engine if there was a better move than give up the pawn on e6. If you
Yeah.
could try to hold it on for a little bit longer.
Of course, run
So
us through the
after
line.
rook e1, I
Yeah.
mean, she gave up the pawn here, but I just turn on the engine and I see, oh wow, the best move is knight to f8.
Knight f8
That
to keep the
is a hard
pawn.
find.
Wow.
To keep the pawn, I think that's a really hard find
Yeah.
here.
It's
But I mean,
counterintuitive.
it makes Yeah, it is really counterintuitive, but it makes sense in that point that if you're not just giving up the pawn, you're also giving white so much activity because then everything opens up in the middle and the rook is so good on e6 as well and attacking your bishop on e7 and everything. And maybe, I mean, it's not looking appealing, but maybe you also have the chance to castle alongside at some point. I'm
Don't
not sure,
scare us
but
like that.
I mean, if you manage to cast alongside and maybe play bishop d6 and maybe the king to b8, maybe it could be saved there as well. I know it doesn't look appealing at all, but we can maybe have that in the back of our minds.
That's true. I was briefly considering the idea of playing long castles. Just with these overextended pawns, it almost made sense to keep the king in the center instead. But I like the way you're thinking. We want to connect the rooks. We want to make sure that the pieces are active and being, contributing to the society of this game. I'm just talking so much nonsense.
Hmm.
No, but seriously, I think trying to maintain this two pawn lead and then coordinating the pieces later, this two pawn lead could actually mean something for black. So, yeah, would you hold on to these two pawns by playing knight f8, or would you give it up by playing castles?
I mean, we only came to this move because we switched on the engine, so I mean, it's really hard this position. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I would have played this. Probably not. But now that we see it, it makes sense. And then we looked a little bit into the position after rook takes e6, which looks really promising for white. But yeah, I think this is not an easy find, 100%. So I would probably not have played this in the game.
Mm-hmm. What is the evaluation of the position, by the way, after
After knight f8, it's 0,
here
0, 0. So that already. Oh, you're
in the current
oh,
position?
after rook
Yes.
after bishop f6. Oh, it's almost +2 for white.
Whoa, that's huge.
So, I mean, black is up a pawn, but +2 for white. That's not good news. I just wanted to thank Twisted Lemonti for the information. They're so chat is so smart always. So they told us that Sue and Gorochkina are already qualified for the candidates.
Wow.
So yeah, I didn't know that, but thank you so much for this information.
Okay. Yeah, and Zoo was knocked out yesterday. Is that correct? Let me double check. Yeah, Divya beat Yana Zoo yesterday in the tie breaks. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, it was a really rough tie breaks, really back and forth, a lot of decisive games there. But maybe you can also tell us how they qualified. That would be really interesting for me.
Yeah, for me as well. You can let us
Oh
know in
yeah,
chat.
Snow Leopardo also. Yeah, Snow Leopardo also said backward knight moves are really tricky. I think in general, backward moves are not easy to find, right?
Yeah, even bishop, pawn.
Yeah, especially pawn backwards.
Exactly.
That's that's the hardest to find. Oh.
I'm trying to imagine just what tournament it was that Yenazu, like, she qualified. I'm thinking maybe the Grand Prix, because Grand Prix is happening, but maybe she qualified through the Grand Prix. The other,
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure if she participated in the Grand Prix. I wasn't following the Grand Prix too closely, but yeah, maybe we'll have to do some
I have
research.
another question because you said we have so great imagination.
Yes.
I want you to help us with our imagination because you were there, you saw the playing hall, you played this event yourself. So
Yes.
I'm really a lot of respect for you to competing with the best of the world. So I want to know, how was it there? Like, how was the playing hall? Was everyone playing in one room? Like,
Yes.
were you able to move around? Could you look to some other matches? Please let me know a little bit more about that.
Oh, I love the question. Yeah, so when we reached, so the playing hall is at the hotel, which is a really nice thing. But the situation with it is that you have to get out of the elevator on one side of the lobby and like climb into the elevator on the other side of the lobby. There was one instance where the elevators were just too full because everyone was heading to the hall at the same time. and I ended up
So
taking the
you cannot
stairs.
take stairs?
Yeah, I took the stairs,
Ah, okay.
but it seemed like just like the stairs were like under construction, but there were also a lot of levels that they were renovating. So as I was going down each level, it almost became impossible to see where I was. There weren't any numbers there. I had to like count how many like flights of stairs I was walking down. I was like, what if I get lost? What if I end up in the basement? What if I like can't get out of here? So I had so many things going through my mind. It was 30 minutes before the game even started.
And was it right before the round
It
where
was
you
right
like in?
before the round. I'm like walking.
Is it like a zero delay tournament or?
I wasn't sure about the default situation, so if I'm late, like what happens. But yeah,
Mm.
I didn't have to worry too much. I was on time, at least. That's like the spoiler alert. So I get to the floor, I think it's on, because it's supposed to be like third floor. And I was coming from like seventh or eighth floor. So I got there, walked out, realized that there were these cordoned off areas so players could go to the refreshment area, but I was on the other side of it. So I was like, okay, how do I get there? And realized the entrance door was actually on the other side of the hall. So it was a little bit stressful that I had to like somehow get in to the hall and got there soon enough. I just loved the aura because you walk into a hall knowing that these are some of the best female chess players in the world, and you are amongst them.
Yeah,
You are like
so many,
walking.
so many past world champions as well, right?
Exactly.
So you have so many legends there.
Yeah, and I played against Grandmaster Anne Shanina, and she's also a former world champion. It was such an honor to be able to meet her and play against her. And just to be walking around, it has like some sort of like effect. If you're a chess player, if you're a fan, you know the feeling of walking into a chess hall and you're like idolizing most of these players, and you've only ever watched them online or followed their results and so on. So I definitely felt that atmosphere and I enjoyed it, every second of it, in fact. My first women's world championship or like World Cup format, it was called a women's world championship match because before they had the candidates for women, they had this alternating like every year or every second year it would either be a World Cup or a women's world championship knockout. So my first one was 2017, 2018. It was in Khanty-Mansisk in Ugra, and that's the one that Ju Wenjun won. She won her first women's world championship then, I believe. And that was my first time in a setting of like seeing these players for the first time, experiencing being in a hall like that. And honestly, I was just too overwhelmed. It was impossible to like try to be myself. And just like looking across, I was one of the three boards on the stage just because my rating was so low at the time that I was playing against some of the highest. And what they do is they pair the highest rated with the lowest
Yeah.
rated player. And this was before they took a maybe the first or the top 20 players out of the first round. Everyone played the entire like match or the entire World Cup. And I played against Katarina Lagno, in fact. It
Oh
was a
wow,
huge
yeah, that's
honor.
an honor. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a legend.
Yeah, Katarina ended up going to the finals, in fact, against Ju Wenjun, which was nice to see. But
So it's fine that you lost against her, I guess.
I was like, yeah, I gave her a run for her money. I'm like one of the reasons she like came second. No joking. Yeah, and the second,
Wow. Yeah, no,
yeah,
that's
second World Cup
that's
was in Sochi, also in Russia, and played against Valentina Gunina. So these experiences have been incredibly lucky to be a part of it, and yeah, I was also lucky enough to also feel comfortable in that setting, being able to try and at least attempt to give it my all. Maybe the quality of the games weren't there, but I'm very happy to have escaped with at least a draw in the second game with the white pieces. So yeah, the atmosphere, amazing. I would want every single chess player to experience something um, similar or the same thing, once in their lives, just because of how amazing it is. It's definitely a bucket list item to tick off, and yeah, I
yeah,
must
I'm
say,
so happy for you
yeah,
that you're
commentating.
able to make the event.
Yeah, you were at the freestyle event this year, right? You were in Paris.
No, I was in Weissenhaus for one day, but
Oh.
yeah, no, I was not there in person.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I've been to other top events, like for example, the Olympiad in Budapest last
Hmm.
year. And yeah, that was also like I was working there, doing interviews and everything, and that was great. Like being at a top event. I mean, also when you just realize how much work it needs to set everything up,
Mm.
like the boards and also like who's in which hotel and like just so many things come together.
Hmm.
And then you see like so many of the top players in the world at one place. It's really like you said, you followed the games, you know about them, and then you see them. It's a really really nice feeling. So yeah, I'm happy that you've been there. But I mean, it's for sure you made sure to fly home early so you'll be ready for the commentary, right?
Of course, I knew about the commentary before I flew home.
But how is it? Like, do you already like have a flight back booked when you start, or are you just like you're booking it after you have to leave?
That is a very good question. Like the logistics when it comes to a knockout tournament, because it's obvious that there's at any point in time your tournament will be over and you'll have to fly home. But the sooner you book your ticket, the cheaper it is, and like booking it a day before can be like wild prices. So, in all the
Mm.
instances where I've played in a knockout, I've booked the first flight back, like either a day or 2 days after, um, my journey would come to an end. And that's not at all trying to be pessimistic at all. I was very realistic in that sense that, if I were to win the match, God willing, or, just trying to cause an upset somehow, I think it would be easier to either cancel the flight or rebook the flight, just because the
Mm.
stipend gets larger the more rounds that you compete. Like first round,
Yeah.
there's some sort of prize for players just competing in the event, which is around. I mean, it's public information. It's in the regulations, something like 3,000 something dollars. And if you win the first round, that increases. I think maybe it doubles to like 6,000. So I think that's the last thing on any player's mind if they win the first round. Listen, I don't mind rebooking a flight. It's not going to cost me any extra. So realistically, always better to book the first flight back, and not because you're like, oh yes, I'm going to lose, but more just and there were even some really strong players who were knocked out in the first round. And I would love to know, after the wounds have healed, what their situation was like, if they expected themselves to win the first round. Did they book themselves back?
They
Do you
probably
spend.
did. I mean, who was the strongest knocked out in the first round? Do you
Uh,
remember?
yeah, maybe international master Sophie Miller. That was like the biggest upset. It was between Uzbekistan. It was a young girl who played against Sophie. I still remember seeing that they went to the tie breaks. I'll tell you in a moment. Uh, I need like 2 seconds. Oh wait, this is like
I will
I don't
also
have the
try to
tree.
find it.
Yeah, maybe we can both take a look. Pairings
So you
results.
say it was in round one, right?
It was round one.
And
Yeah,
her name was Sophie.
yeah, international master. Mm, yeah, here it is. So Sophie is 2360, and her opponent
Hmm.
was Umida 2211 from Uzbekistan. Yeah, they played like a number of
Ah,
games. They drew both of the classical. They both won a game in the rapid, and Umida won in the second tiebreak match. So that was a really really nice upset for her. Like watching the video, it's always really emotional when you see one player like just uh, achieving a result they didn't expect themselves to. A lot
hmm.
of the time, it's a junior just causing an upset, and it's really nice
But to say,
to
I
see.
mean, it's not too crazy of an upset. They only have like 150 rating difference, so that
That's
can
true.
really happen, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like huge upset. But yeah, it's probably not what Sophie expected there to go home after the first round.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Um, I didn't realize that her rating was so high. I didn't know she was 2200, but just in that moment, it seemed like one of the largest upsets of the round. But it's always great to see the tie breaks. I mean, it gets spicier the shorter the time control, and as you mentioned, like right at the beginning, that it's the shorter time controls where you see the pieces flying more often than not with tactics and so on. So,
Mm.
yeah.
Also here, I just saw she played what we suggested, Humpy, with rook a to e1,
Yep.
making sure black has no foot in the door on the e file, so black cannot not do that themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, so yeah, I mean, black is still up a pawn, but white has. I mean, are we maybe threatening? Okay, it's not threatening, but we can maybe play bishop d6 at some point as well.
I like that
Um,
because where does the rook go?
I
You know?
was thinking like maybe at some point c5 is weak, but I guess we should not really take it as long as our queen is still on c2. That could be a little bit unfortunate sometimes, but yeah. So what I mean, we just say like white is good, but what are the next moves to make sure you keep that advantage here?
I like the idea of putting the bishop on d6. It's now putting a lot more pressure
Mm.
on the rook and the pawn. But also, I was looking at ways in which to just capitalize on the fact that this queen is going to have a lot of difficulty activating itself because, on one hand, if you bring it to
That's a really good
b6,
point.
yeah, it doesn't have a lot of diagonals to come back to. Maybe you have to play something like queen d8 at some stage. And
I mean, practically the queen doesn't have a single square to go because
hmm,
b6 is protected by the rook and b8 by the bishop, so it's trapped right now.
exactly. And by capitalizing on that, I think white could easily direct their forces towards the king side, bringing some pieces across, or even trying to remove some defenders, getting rid of f6, for instance, playing something like, okay, not immediately, but I was thinking ways in which to exchange this bishop. Yeah, this is automatically what I was thinking, but we also want to watch out. We don't want to like fall for any of these tactics. I mean, the knight might be a little bit sensitive. Yeah, it's hard to find a direct way to improve the position. I'm sure there are lots of ways. I feel like the better you are at chess, the more you're able to see, the more like your better your vision in chess becomes, and you're just like, yeah, this is an obvious idea. I should just be playing this, and but okay, and I feel like just a little bit of chess study for us, Katharina, and we'll just be invincible chess commentators. Yeah, we'll be like the best kids on the block.
Oh yeah. Oh shit! I just.
But the nice thing with queen b3 is that it also protects on f3. So maybe we can start with this idea, forcing king h8. Also, the queen is off the
Maybe
c
also I
file.
don't know
Mm-hmm.
if it's an idea, but maybe black at some point wants to play like still c4. So queen b3 is also putting more pressure on that one. I just turned on the engine, and c4 is actually a move that can be played here by black, which is interesting. So like they're just saying, okay, you give up the pawn, but therefore your queen is a little bit more active because the queen was not doing anything but looking at the pawn on c5. And then after queen takes c4, you have queen c5. Oh, can you see my moves again?
Yes, I can, for some reason.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, yeah, I would never have come to this idea here to give up this pawn, and the position is still terrible for black here. But it seems like this is the best take here
Mm,
to have some counterplay.
okay. Wow. So giving back.
So if that's the best option here, that already tells us this is not good news for Song Jukjing.
Not at all. But that's a very good point. Like, if you were to give up a pawn to get back some sort of control over the position and activity of the pieces, or at least some like harmony, how would you give the pawn back without creating too many problems in your position? Like this pawn on d4 is passed, we get it, but how do you go forward from there?
Ooh. Also, we got a request from YouTube to look at the Vaishali game again.
Okay.
So since it's our first request on YouTube, I would really like to come after this. So hey to the YouTube chat as well.
Hey YouTube.
They're always a little bit more quiet than the Twitch one, so I'm really happy that yeah, we also have some people there.
So what is your best impression of a YouTube introduction? Could you help us out?
What do you mean with impression?
Oh, you could be like, hey YouTube, or welcome to my YouTube channel, like.
Oh, you
one of
mean
these.
like an intro when
Yeah.
you start a video?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I would just be like, hey everyone, nice to be back. Something like this, I guess.
Okay, we have to clip and ship
How
that,
about
guys.
you?
Be like, hey everybody on YouTube, welcome to my YouTube channel. You gotta put on that like whole like, you know, presenter radio voice.
We're gonna watch at some epic lines today, guys. So everyone put your seatbelt on and make sure that you're ready for what's about to happen.
Don't forget to like and subscribe the channel for more. Oh, this is amazing.
I love that.
Yeah, that was terrific. Hopefully YouTube will enjoy that format of commentary. That will not be seen again for a while. Okay, so I want to know why they decided, or why they suggested rather, for us to switch to this game. So what happened? When was the last time we saw this? I see your voice in chat.
So the last time we saw that, the last time we saw was when we were saying that the best thing for Vaishali to do here is to take on c5 to make this really nice move with queen c2, and then yeah, threaten the pawn on c5, but also have a look at the knight on g6, and that's exactly what she did. So she found here the best line. She is not letting herself slip that opportunity, and she took the pawn. So she's up a pawn here in this position. And wait, can she not just take another pawn here as well?
After queen f7?
What is with the... You know, I mean, in the position we have now after knight d7, is b5 not like hanging?
Oh, let's see. Is 90... maybe 95 is possible. I was looking at 95.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a really good point. So you have some counterplay because you cannot move the knight on f3 because f2 is hanging now. So that was probably the idea with knight to d7, right? But okay, it's still a complete knight. So what if I just take it? Like, do you have...
I loved that. You're like, but okay.
But okay. Okay, if you take on f2 and then on e1, I will take on d7 as well.
Oh, I want to follow these moves. Let's see what you're looking at the moment. So this...
sorry. Yes, so I just said you have... Yes, that's correct. After takes, and then we take on d7. I'm not sure with the knight or the queen. Which is better? Or maybe knight is a little bit dangerous when bishop c7 happens afterward.
Ooh.
Because then they have some trouble. So maybe queen takes. So what is the material here? We have two pieces against the rook, but also two pawns. And e6 is hanging as well. So this should be good for white.
I think so. Wow. And the evaluation of the live position, if I may go back for a second.
Yes, which was after knight to d7, right? So we were just thinking, why can we not take the second pawn? And so you suggested the move knight to e5, which is logical. That seems like not to work as good.
So queen b5, knight e5. Yeah, so these are
We
the
could do the
suggestions.
knight e5, but with the other knight, because when we do it with the d knight, the d to e5, then our knight on d7 is not hanging in the end.
So then it's only an exchange, but an exchange and. So takes here. Oh, but then knight g6, I guess it's still a problem. Because knight g6,
Okay, yeah.
bishop c7, queen d3. Yeah. This is just wild at this point. I don't even know what to think.
Yeah, but we're up 2 points of material if you calculate like this, because we have 2 knights and a pawn against 1 rook. So that should be good for white here.
I can see what's happening. Pew pew pew.
Chat is going wild.
Unhinged. I'm here for it. I wonder what the point is then, because if takes, maybe the idea is to.
I will check with the engine.
Maybe take
real
the pawn
quick.
and then
So
take
after
the knight. Something like this.
So after 97, so the best move is to actually take on b5, so that was right. And then the best move is also knight d to e5. And then you suggested to take, right? Which I think is logical. But this was actually not the best move, because after takes, we... Oh, you are not allowed to take on e1. You just play a6 first. Wow, that's an interesting move to find.
So queen f2 and a6. Or like here and a6.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, a6 in this position.
Oh, removing the defender of the knight on e5. Got it.
That's nice. Yeah, that's a nice Zwischenzug.
I never heard someone actually say that.
Calculate is for
word.
Zwischenzug?
Yeah, as a German, like I've never, like with a German accent, I'm saying, like say the word Zwischenzug. So that's incredible, because I teach Zugzwang and Zwischenzug, like in between move and stuff, but no one actually knows it, and now like you used it and my life is complete. Thank you.
Yay. Yeah, I mean that's really nice as a German, because we have so many German international moves like Zwischenzug, Zugfahren, and Zeitnot also, right?
What is that one?
So Zeitnot is when you're low on time.
It sounds like side note.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was like, you just repeated the word I said, but I was like thinking, oh yeah.
Side note. And on a side note.
Yeah, no.
Oh, so cool. When you're low on time.
Hilarious.
So time trouble is, can you teach it to me? Side notes? Zeit?
Yeah, Zeitnot.
Like Z-E-I-T.
The first letter is Z. Yeah. Yes.
Zeit? Not. Like N.
Yeah, you have to be really sharp on the first letter, like Zeitnot.
Zeitnot.
And also like Zugzwang and Zwischenzug.
Like TZ almost?
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Zugzwang.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, so, but a6 is a Zwischenzug. So that's a really nice Zwischenzug, because we're not taking the rook. We first attack the queen, so the queen needs to react, and then we have maybe time to take here.
Sounds like a spell.
The knight.
Zwischenzug. Zwischenflick.
I love that. But yeah, that's all of this is not so easy to find. So I'm really curious if she has the courage in the position after knight to d7, which was the last move in the game of now it's Vaishali's turn. If she will take the second pawn and let black play this variation here, where she's also better in the end, but she needs to find the right moves. Or if she just gonna retreat, play like queen c2, and I don't know, be able to defend the pawn on f2 from back there.
This is a very tough decision. I think this is exactly what she's looking at the moment as well. This line of queen takes b5 and what would happen if... I mean, she's down to 25 minutes right now. And I believe the time control players do have increments. You know what? I'm going to pull up the regulation and not actually...
Yeah, I know. I actually looked at it. They
Yeah.
have 30 seconds per move, and they get 30 extra minutes after. Wait, you should know this. You played this event.
I did play it. I just sometimes have to forget some things to make space for other things, which is the...
I was like, wait, you should know. You should know you were there.
What are you talking about? It seemed like a moon ago, okay?
Oh,
Yes,
but
I
yeah,
was
no, they
there.
get to 30 extra minutes after 40 moves. But we're only
Okay.
in move 20, so
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the time trouble, for the Zeitnot phase,
Tight note.
because because then then when we get many moves at the same time, so that's when the action will happen, which should be soon.
It's soon.
Oh no, I just said it's soon. Like,
Yeah, I just added
in the near
okay,
future.
to make a joke. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that was funny.
All right, we can go to the next game, I guess, now, and then come back to see what decisions he's made. But yeah, I think we can safely say that queen takes b5.
Okay, shall we just go to Divya, then to Nana, and then again to Humpy in this direction?
Yes, then we can go to a short little break before the craziness happens. And I need another cup
awesome.
of coffee. Yeah,
Oh yeah, so you're really a coffee drinker. I see.
I am. It's bad. I need some help.
And I see here is like a completely different position, because here some pieces have already been traded off, and my first impression of this position is like white should be better, because look at the pawn structure of black. Like the pawn on c6 and a5 looks really weak, and also the rook on a6 is a little bit sad, I feel like, just protecting those pawns, and our rook on c5 is really active.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Now I should see that again. But
Yes.
yeah, on the other hand, black has still a bishop, and I learned that a bishop and a rook, they usually better harmonating with each other than a rook and a knight. So yeah, it's not completely clear, but I would definitely, I think, pick white here, because the rooks just seem so much more active. What do you think?
I agree with you 100%. It's tough when such a strong piece is being tied down to the protection of the pawns, like you mentioned, the overloaded queen in the other game. And here, it's going to be kind of tough to relieve the rook of its duties of protecting these pawns without at least losing one of them. I mean, it's another case of, do you sacrifice some material for the sake of the activity of your pieces? And I think if black tries to hold on too tightly to these pawns, it's just going to be, you know, a whole long game of suffering, especially in this endgame. So I think wanting to at least get the rooks active by playing something like rook b6, putting pressure on this rook. So for instance, if white opts to, you know, attack the pawn twice, then play rook b6, give up the pawn, or give up, you know, both pawns, and get those rooks active. At least your rook is sitting on the second rank. You have a bishop maybe bringing the other rook to the second rank as well, like via the d file. It's gonna offer some compensation for the fact that white might be left with a passer on the a file. So yeah, I definitely agree with your initial assessment, and it will be interesting to see how black decides to go, or at least proceed in this position. I want to go back.
100% agree.
Yep.
Oh yeah, please let's go back. I just wanted to add
Yep.
that especially in rook end games, like activity is the most important thing. So yeah, I really agree on what you said there. Yeah, that's like, you can really give up a pawn for activity in rook end games, rather than just defending it the whole time. So
It's all about
okay, so you went
priorities.
back to 15, I see.
Yes, e5 was the last move that I saw, or that we saw, and then knight
True.
takes happened. Okay, so knight takes happened. It's not really going after this f4 pawn, and after queen takes, bishop to f5. prioritizing getting the pieces out. Attacking c2.
Which makes sense.
Oh, this is where black
I mean, yeah,
gained the
this is
pawn.
again an in-between move because after taking on d6, you cannot. Oh, you jump to the end position, right?
Oh no, I didn't. I think there was just a live position. I didn't jump, sorry.
Ah,
Yeah.
because when they got a new move, then we're all jumping.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I didn't actually press any buttons. My bad. All right.
But yeah, so after taking, Black managed to get the c2 pawn for the d6 pawn.
mm,
So that's how the pawn structure happened there.
okay. Okay, I
And
see
then
that.
queens have been traded a couple move later.
Right, so just moving forward for us to catch up real quick. So that's how the
Hmm.
rook made it to a7 and then eventually a6, and then we get to the current position. So rook d6 was played,
Hmm.
and rook c8 was also played. So I think maybe the
Oh,
next
so she was
natural
not
move.
following your suggestion here.
Yeah, maybe after rook c8, we'll see rook b6 to give up a instead of both of them, because I know how tough it is to
Hmm.
also just give a pawn, especially if this pawn is going to be passed eventually. Yeah, it's not a very comfortable situation. I think
But it
that
makes sense that you didn't play rook b6 if we look at the move before, because the rook was standing on a7 before. So if she wanted to put her rook on the b file, she could have played rook b7 immediately,
that's true.
maybe.
That's very, very true. I also wanted to wait for the rook to move from d2, protection of the pawn, but
Ah,
I
yeah, that
think
makes sense.
putting pressure immediately would have definitely helped, and maybe even doubling up the rooks on the b file. So I agree. So instead of rook a6. But it's a tough decision to make because you never want to see your rook in a position like this. So now it's up to white, because it's also the question we pose to white here is, how does white make any progress? And it looks
Hmm.
beautiful, but poke, you gotta do something, I guess.
Hmm.
Maybe knight d5 looks spicy.
And here I wanna point out Divia's will to win, because I think in her, was it her first game against Jules Sinner, where she had a perpetual on the board in a equal position, but she
Mm,
decided to play on and in the end win the game. So she's really there for it.
she's a
So
fighter.
she will play as long as she thinks there's like potential.
Yeah,
She's not going for an easy draw. So yeah, she really has the motivation to, and the fighting spirit.
that's true. I almost blundered though. Like, this looks nice, but it's actually such a huge blunder because after takes, I mean, you might be forced to take the
Ah,
rook
the
first, and the bishop is protecting. So excuse me there. So knight e2 was played instead, which would have been my second guess, obviously, because we are very strong.
but wait, is it not still working? Like after 95 takes, and I have rook d8 check, and then the rook on c8 is like I can take there. I mean, we're
You
not winning
are
material, but
like
you
200
should not.
IQ. That's like
You should not
500
lose a
IQ.
piece at least there.
Exactly. No, it works. I mean, once again, Katerina,
Okay, let me double check here. I
please
mean,
do.
it doesn't like help us, but we're at least not losing a piece if we play rook d8 check.
That's true. Okay, the engine's being a little bit boring, suggesting b3, but I really want to take a look at 95 uh,
Yeah, no, I like
instead.
this suggestion a lot. Always look for those moves because it might turn out to be the winning move.
I just needed to make
Okay, we
sure.
have two more games before we go to the next break, right?
Yes.
To be fresh for the Zeitnotphase. So
Zeitnotphase.
here at the So here at the game, Nana against Lei Ting-Jie, we see that Black has these hanging pawns in the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hanging pawns mean they're not protected by any other pawns. So they can be weak, but at the same time, you also have a little bit more space here. But since Black is not castled yet, it probably a little bit more easy to play for white. Maybe again you can just open up the position. What is with the move e4 here? As
Yeah.
long as the king is still in the middle, like don't give him time to breathe.
Yeah, when I switched games, I actually still had the engine on, it gave like an insane advantage here for white. It's still incredible to note that they've only
Yeah,
made 13 moves and they're like creeping
that's
into that like
crazy.
20, 30 minutes left. So they've put a
Like,
lot of time.
so as a coach, I would tell them, hey, your time management was not good.
Yeah.
Like, you're in move 13 and only have 20 minutes left.
Hmm. They're carefully crafting something beautiful here. They're like, we want this opening to be used in books one day. Like that is their
Mhm.
approach, or at least if I was the student trying to fight back with some reasons, this is what I would say and like the excuse I would use, because it's insane, like how much time that they've put into these 13 moves alone. I would love to see the think time, like where the players have used the most time and whether they've like
Ooh,
entered
that's a
some,
really good question.
yeah,
Yeah.
used like
If
an
there was one
insane,
specific moment.
you know what, I might actually be
Okay,
able to
so I
find.
think the biggest thing for Black I just found was on move 8. On
Okay.
move 8, she thought over half an hour on the move b6.
Yes. Wait, how did you see that on Lichess?
Oh, the
Oh,
time. You see it
oh.
up and down. Oh, you have the streamer layout at your thing. I have the normal. I think maybe. Can you not see it when you go back the moves? Did you see the timestamp?
I can, yes, but I did something else
Yeah.
which was a little bit different.
Uh,
I
so
might
I
have.
just saw that after move, like the time switch from 120 to 43 minutes.
Yeah, I won't tell you that I opened up a completely different website to check. I would.
Uh, yeah, so we figured that
Whoa.
out. No, Lichess really has the timestamps always there, so that's really convenient here
Yeah.
to check that.
Hmm. Sorry for letting Lichess down there. I should know that. I should know in the future how to do that. But yeah, 97 was the last move that was played, and I agree with this e4 idea. I mean, there's a break. The white king is safe. You want to open the center. Black king is still on e8. Why not just play e4? But I suppose my other question is, what would happen if d4?
You mean in the position? Oh, you're in the live position right now, right?
Sorry.
Okay, let me
Yes.
check. So after d4, e4,
So it's
and
not
before.
updating for you at the moment?
No, now I see it again.
Okay.
I mean, makes sense that you don't want to open up the position.
Mm-hmm.
But your c5 pawn can be really weak in the future. Because I have an open file here, so maybe just knight a4 to open up our queen and put the knight here on the way out of the way. Maybe we can play bishop c4 at some point as well to go into this diagonal here. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like our pieces just have so many ideas and places to jump around.
I agree.
There are just so many weak squares in the black position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't actually think that far ahead. I do find that white's pieces might just be working together a little bit better. Like, how do you also stop these ideas later on? But yeah, black's king is still not safe, and this is one reason why this pawn break might be the way to go. But I even like this idea of trying to attack the knight immediately. But of course, if they shut it all down, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, it's like such a strong bishop. Was there one more game we wanted to take a look at before we
Yes, we
head it out?
wanted a look at the Humpy game one more time.
Sure.
Oh, and look what happened. She played the suggestion I made
Yeah, this is
with
your
bishop
suggestion.
d6
This was
here.
one of the first moves you said as well. Like, you immediately said, bishop d6, and I love that. I mean, I think there was one in between because rook c8 was played. Okay, so here rook c8 and bishop e6. Nice. Yeah, so beautiful. Forcing the rook out of its comfort square right there, because of course coming to f7 just gives too much power to white on the back rank. And if you move away from this file, I think rook d8 is like one of the only moves here. It no longer puts pressure on your knight, which gives you so much more freedom maybe even to exchange this bishop by playing bishop to e7. So I think bishop d6 was a great suggestion there, Katharina, and I can't wait to see what happens, leading into...
That's a
Yep.
really unfortunate position for our song here.
Oh,
Oh,
queen
queen
a8.
a8. Okay, she's
Wow.
keeping the pressure up on the knight on f3, not moving the rook. So now we have to think, what happens if we still take the rook, you take the knight, and then we have to take back, because otherwise you will take on g2 as well. Queen probably takes, and now we're in exchange up in the end. So black willingly is giving up the exchange here.
Yeah, I wonder if this was even forced. But it's definitely a practical decision because you don't want to be forced into a square that you're not really doing much, like rook d8. And I was thinking of ways to protect the knight and just renew the threat on this rook by playing something like, well, now queen b3 is not possible because the bishop is protected and can play bishop d5. Another square like this, but
I think
the queen will just not survive on the rank, right? Because of
yeah, I
c4.
think what you said earlier just makes a lot of sense, because like, what are the alternatives? Like, instead of giving up the exchange, you pointed out, if we would have moved the rook away to d8, like bishop e7 and trading up the bishop on f6 to infiltrate with our rook on the 7th rank is just super dangerous. Like g7 gonna be weak. So I guess black just didn't see, like, thought this position is so bad. So we try to sacrifice the exchange instead to get some counterplay. I think reasonable, because the queen on a7 is still super sad, not doing anything. And if you just have one piece that's not contributing, that's bad news. So you need to activate the queen here to a8. So I think it makes sense, but still, this position is sad for black here.
Not the most ideal situation to be in. What about, and hear me out, this is my last suggestion here, but queen to f5. Because yes,
Immediately,
yes, you are, heading into the almost direct or indirect attack here of the rook, but the rook is being threatened. So, okay, maybe not, because something like bishop e7. Okay, I take it back. I don't like it. Don't like.
No, I still want to think about it. Queen f5, bishop e7. Can we maybe sacrifice something, or is it too much?
Maybe there's a way, because I was looking at... Okay, wait. Queen f5, bishop e7, take the bishop.
No, I think this is not working.
No, it's not. There's no back rank.
We don't have enough, sadly, but okay, I check. So it seems like after bishop e7, we do have queen h3, just retreating our queen. And I mean, yes, our knight is hanging, but also a lot of your pieces are hanging. And now our queen also has an eye on the knight on d7, which, so this works. So you move works, but it seems like the easiest way here, I just checked with the engine, is to take the rook on f8, and if you take on f3, we take back. And yeah, here we I mean, black has to take again on f3, and now we can just move our bishop from f8 somewhere, and we're just in exchange up and have our rooks doubled up on the e file. So this is a really, really good position here for white. So this is really not looking good for Zhang here in the first game today.
Yeah, queen a8 was a nice trying to bring the queen back into the game along this diagonal. But we'll be still looking forward to seeing what happens here. So, shall we?
If she can miraculously somehow turn this position around.
We've seen crazier comebacks in our days, I'm sure.
That's true.
Okay, shall we head off into our second break of today? And well done. I think we did almost like 2 hours without taking a break. So I think things were just so exciting and conversation was just flowing. But we'll be back, chat. Don't forget to grab a beverage and stay tuned.
Yeah, see you in a second.
Did you miss us? I hope you
Hello,
did.
everyone. I missed you so much.
Aw.
So yeah, a lot happened here on this board. I just had a quick look at it with the engine. So what happened is that you did take on f8, the exchange. Black took back, but then she decided and move 23, so one move earlier, to sacrifice the exchange right back to destroy the pawn structure of her opponent. But it looked like this wasn't even the best move here. It would have been better to first play queen f5, because when you now take on e6, we can take with a check. And yeah, if the king goes, for example, to h8, we just go knight g5, threatening knight f7, and this is just completely deadly. So you cannot really take on d6. So yeah, there was no need to give up the exchange yourself, because after takes queen f5, and rook c7, the rook is doing a pretty good job defending here. Yeah, Carsten also says in the chat, queen f5 was best. So this is a really interesting position, because like this exchange sacrifice on f6 looks so good, because the pawn structure is so bad. But also, if you now take on f6, for example, rook f7, and you really have problems with your knight on
Ooh.
f3.
True. Yeah, I was even thinking about ways you could capitalize on this somehow, but maybe you end up having like a repetition at best.
And that's not what you wanted looking at the position a few moves ago, right?
Not at all. Wow, things have really transpired. Like they have moved along quite a lot, and yeah, quite the opposite. I mean, we didn't expect knight takes f8 in the first anyway. So knight takes f8, like attacking the rook. Yeah, and it's like, what do you even? Yeah. So
What do you even do?
Queen f5 first was
Yeah, so
the
maybe
suggestion?
not taking the pawn on f6, maybe in the first place. Oh, you're sorry, yeah, I just saw
You're
you're
somewhere
at
else?
other
Sorry, tell
position.
me where you are.
Refresh. Yeah, no. No, I'm at your position now again.
Okay.
So yeah, I think she just yeah, I mean, it's really hard because they're both low on time. Her moves look logical, but it was not the best thing to do.
I'm also refreshing so that we're on the same page. If you made a move, would I be able to see it?
Let me check. No.
Okay.
But that's fine. I will just see what you're doing, and then we're flowing. Okay. Oh, we have the first draw. We have the first draw just coming in.
Oh.
Deshmukh against Harika Dronavalli. They drew their game. Let's look how Harika made it out of this position, because we said it was a little bit unfortunate for her. So last thing we saw was rook d6 and rook d8 happened, right? So we were in move 25.
There we go. So rook a6, rook d6, rook c8. Okay. Then there was knight e2. This is where we stopped. Okay, rook
really
b8.
Nice. I mean, really nice rerouting, right? You want to go to d4, so you have pressure against f5 and c6 at the same time.
Precisely. Oh, very nice idea to just push the pawn, exchange the rooks, and get the pawn back. And this should seal the deal, right? So rook c3 and agree on a draw. And this is after that 30 move threshold. I think you have to play at least 30 moves in order to offer a draw safely. So yeah, they agreed on a draw, and now I think it's always easier for the person playing black to say, listen, I'm ready to call it a day. I can draw this game and try to win with white tomorrow. So the task is always more difficult for the one playing with the black pieces to push for a win. So now Divya, of course, could hope for a really great game tomorrow and win, or a draw, and then, go into tie breaks. I always find that with the tie breaks, though, Katharina, that it's the more experienced player who's going to be better in that time format. For some reason, it's just I mean, it's more than just the chess, right? It's that composure, it's the experience, it's
Mhm.
um, being
Yeah,
able to
there's also
manage the
so much
time.
pressure on you.
Yeah,
Yeah, like the mental pressure is insane, right? You have one game after another. It's like a do or die situation. So
yeah,
it's no, I agree.
yeah.
I
And you
mean,
don't want to
if we
die.
think about, was
Yeah.
it? Yeah, we don't want to die. No, but I mean, there comes a lot together in the tie breaks, standing all this pressure of playing good in every single game. So yeah, probably the experience helps a lot there in this format.
Exactly. So now that that's they can go and rest, take a look at some prep lines, and just be ready for tomorrow. Shall we go to board number 1? And the reason I wanted to look at
Yes,
this
please.
is because Lei Ting-ji is now below 10 minutes on the clock against Nana
Mhm.
Dzagnidze,
And
who
they're in
is
move 19 only. So this is gonna give us some crazy time travel
yeah.
moves, which I'm all here for it.
Also, there's been an explosion on the king side here, both for black and for white. The G file's completely open, and this queen now sitting on D7 is happy and eager to come to H3. So we're gonna see some defensive skills by white. I wouldn't even be surprised if the main idea here is to put the king back on E1, because you sort of want to protect the king, but how do you do that? How do you do that safely, you know? Wow.
That's a crazy position.
Yeah.
I mean, white is a pawn up right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like a pawn is not really what you're counting here. It's more
Yeah.
the king safety. Okay, but what if we just play king h1, rook g1, and then we're the people that's saying, okay, our king is safer than yours because
Okay.
you're stuck in the middle?
But what happens king g1, queen h3? And this is mate.
Okay, there's a mate. I don't have many ways to protect that besides knight g3.
Yeah.
So I think I would go for knight g3 here.
I mean, f3 is hanging, so
Okay,
maybe we
but
can play here.
then queen f3 and rook
Queen
g8
f3. Oh dear. Yeah, this is like struggle bus
and
nation right here.
h4.
Okay, that
Okay, but
unraveled
I'm
way too
also
quickly.
wondering
Let's come
after the
back.
move. I mean, what I suggested after knight g3, maybe you also have h4, right? In the other
Yes, exactly. H4,
variation.
and we're really not having a great time. Maybe the best thing. You can't even play here because mate is renewed. Mating threat was renewed. Or wait, you take with this pawn. No, but you're still a piece down. I take that back.
Oh, after h4 we have bishop f1.
Hmm. But I still have questions. Too many questions.
And if you go back with the queen, we can move our knight again and should be fine for now.
What if
And
you
again, your king is still
sacrifice?
in the middle. The queen?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Getting
So
wild.
you,
Okay, let me
yeah, you
check.
take it, and then
I
you
take your
take it,
queen.
and then you take.
Okay, I just take with the f pawn. I mean, the worst thing is my queen on
True.
b2 is also protecting
Very
on
true.
h2 now. But yeah, you should always calculate these lines because they might be
Um,
a mate sometimes.
I like the sometimes the very important word that we have to add in the mix, but
Yeah, no,
not at
but this
all.
is a move you definitely have to calculate. I agree because that's a forced move. So we have to look into sacrificing the queen there for some checks.
Mm. Bishop a6 is on the board.
But yeah, I think the white is fine.
This
Bishop
is
c6. Oh,
far from
c6.
what I would have thought. I mean, if anything, I would have thought bring. Uh,
Your king to safety. Yeah, it
yeah,
looks like what are you doing on this side of the board? Like your king is on G1.
yeah, like come back. Okay, but
But
this
now
bishop
white is up
f1.
2 pawns. So we have a passer.
True. I hope it means something. But queen h3, maybe Knight g3, as you said. And now you don't actually mind this.
I have bishop f1 again.
Bishop f1. Yeah, okay, maybe not h4. Let's see what else there is. What about coming in with the knight? But maybe it doesn't mean all that
Maybe
much.
also bishop f1?
Yeah, maybe bishop f1 is the killer.
Because when I play bishop f1, you queen h4, then you don't have h4 anymore. So my knight can stay on g3 for this amount of time. And still, your king is in the middle, right? So I can also take on c5 and put pressure on everything. Your pawn on f6 is hanging. Your rook on h8 then therefore also.
That becomes very tricky. Okay, it doesn't look too difficult anymore for white. I mean, at first I was like, now it looks incredibly difficult because what does white even do to protect the king? And now it's like it just did a 180. I'm gonna switch the engine on for like 2 seconds. What happens if queen h3? Yeah, knight g3, and it's like a lot better for white. Chat. Thoughts? I thought GMs
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
Oh, I thought GMs had good time management skills. Listen, we're human beings. At any point in time, we could be playing like engines. Sometimes we need a little extra time to double check some things. It could just be a really difficult, I mean, a whole number of factors. We're not making excuses for the players, but rather giving you examples of what really could be going on. And I think one of the main things, one of the reasons is like getting out of theory, but heavily like new structures, trying to understand, what's going on. The fact that the players were so low on time after move 13, I'm still thinking like opening phase of the game. That's got to say a lot. Players who have been playing so many games for so long and are still being introduced to new structures. I think that's just shows you how amazing chess is. Oh, game 1 and game 2
Game
needs
1
small
and
update.
game 2 needs small update. What does that mean? So that means we should switch to another game, or?
Sure.
Okay, so to wrap this up, this is a wild position, but I think with your bishop also moving away from the d file, we're threatening to take on c5 maybe, because you cannot take back with the bishop anymore because your queen on d7 would hang in this situation. So we're just preparing, like every endgame would be winning for white now. So black need to have something like something concrete here, because otherwise, yeah, white is up 2 pawns.
I agree.
Okay, but we did not calculate rook g8, knight g3, and h4. Like if we give the check first.
Yeah, I was thinking of rook g8, just king. Does the king go to f1 here? Or maybe not, because queen h3 check and.
But then it's queen h3. I think really unfortunate.
But now we take. You take here, or you can take the rook. Maybe take maybe take here first, and then if takes, we can like grab on f6, and we're attacking the bishop.
Okay, but do I need to take back on c5? Maybe I can take on g3 first.
Take on g3, rook takes.
And then I take on h2 with check.
Oof, sorry, it updated. Where were we? g3. Okay, we were here. So instead, like taking here, rook takes.
Taking on h2.
Take on h2, king h1.
Queen h3.
Queen h3. And drum roll. Yeah, you're right. This is tough. Maybe you have to come back. Oh, but then rook g1.
Oh, rook g1 is pretty, yeah. I'm also threatening queen f3.
Oh dear. There are a lot of threats. Maybe, yeah, this, you don't want to allow it. Maybe you have to take first with the f-pawn. And what is
But now if I
the
take now on c5, then I'm up a piece, right?
h4 is on the board. But I was thinking like this is 4 pawns. Now if you take on, sorry.
On c5, then I'm up a piece with the rook.
I was even thinking about taking here, which is a little bit wild, but it doesn't work because takes maybe here and queen g2.
I love that you're over-sacrificing the queen.
I'm so sorry. Today is just a weird day for sacrificing queens. Don't worry, I do value the queen
I love
very
it.
much.
I mean, it's even more beautiful when you win like this. But yeah, we should look what happened. So it actually happened that after rook g8, knight g3, h4. So that's what we have here right now.
Yeah, let's go back. So this is the position. Oh, wait, it's not the position because there was this first. Rook g8, knight g3, h4. Yeah, it is the position. And it's white to move. Yeah, but I mean, we can always sacrifice some pieces because it's not our pieces, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's the spirit. So I mean, our knight on g3 is hanging. We cannot save it, but the rook on c8 is also hanging. So I guess we should take on c8 then, because otherwise we would be a piece down.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind because if you're going on a capturing spree here, white ends up being a horde of pawns up in the end. And I'm counting this as 1 pawn, so maybe even 5 pawns up. But yeah,
That's
maybe
true.
instead of capturing more pieces, you'd want to just chill for 2 more seconds. I still like this idea of taking. And then if rook takes, then maybe you can take on f6 and don't have to worry too much. The other thing. Yeah. I don't want to move from this position, but we have to move from this position. Let me just refresh.
It's really difficult. Okay, I'm turning on the engine.
Do it.
So, it seems like, okay, let's look at the line that you said with d takes c5, because actually your move rook takes d5 is the best move here. So I'm wondering what we didn't see, because what was that we said here again? Oh,
Taking
no,
the
I
knight.
was saying why can we not take on g3, right?
Yeah.
But this is not working because you take on d6.
With the rook
And
or the
after
pawn?
taking on h2, you go on king h1. We don't have a queen h3 anymore because you have d7 check.
Oh, you take with the pawn. Okay, not the rook. Right. Sorry. You
But
take
that's
here first.
important to take there with the pawn.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, this is just better than I guess.
Okay,
Because there's
so
no
you were
mate.
right there to take back with the rook on c5.
Can't take all the credit. We have to thank the engine. I mean,
Yeah, no, you had a good intuition there.
yeah, I think maybe after rook takes c5, I'm not sure, maybe a queen. f6 is a little bit too adventurous. Queen d4. Oh no, I don't like queen d4. What's the best move here for white?
After rook takes c5,
Yes.
queen takes f6.
Queen f6. And then takes g3 probably. And
Yeah, we take back.
Take back with the f pawn. Or the g.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
And then you play bishop takes g3. There's your queen sacrifice. And after rook takes d7, we have bishop h4 check.
Oh, now this works, I suppose, because the queen can't really cover the check now by winning the rook. So, geez, this is like sharper
That's
than
wild. So I would not want to calculate this position with 4 minutes on the clock, to be honest. That's not fun. Okay, we have to be back here in a couple of minutes because then is when everything's going down. So let's have a quick look at the other games so we will not miss any time travel situations. Because, for example, Hampi Koneru She has a winning position again, I see.
Oh, wow. And according
There
to
no
the
e6
evaluation,
here.
it's very winning. So, just looking at
Hmm.
the pieces, I was taught by a very wise woman to always calculate, to count the pieces before you go ahead and
To calculate the pieces. Oh
to
yeah.
count the
So here
pieces.
she actually took
Yeah.
when you go like 3 moves back, she actually took on f6, where we said we were not sure how to proceed from this position,
Yeah.
because black can play always rook g7, rook f7, which also seemed like the best move, rook g7
Right.
after queen g5 check, but she didn't play it. She played knight g6 instead, which looks really natural, like bringing your knight back into the game, because on f8 it's not really active. But that was actually a mistake, because that's also a weakness. Like g6, the knight there we can target, and we can target it right now when we move the knight to h4,
Yeah. And
because the knight to h4 also protects the bishop on g2, which is really important. So you cannot take on g2 with your bishop and win a bishop, because we can take back.
precisely. I like this knight h4 move, and it's untouchable. We can get rid of like probably the only attack that that black has on white at the moment. I mean, I suppose there's something to just
Oh,
look at.
yeah, it's actually even better after the bishop takes g2 to take on g6.
To take on g6. Oh, oh my gosh.
Because the
Okay.
king is so weak of black.
Hmm. Wow. Um. Yeah, this is a interesting position.
Because when you take back, we have queen takes g6, and I don't know, king f8. Okay, this is wild to find. We just do rook e5. This is some next level stuff. Okay, I
Wow.
don't really understand. What if just like bishop h3? Is this not threatening mate? But
Yeah.
we're quicker. Okay, we have queen h6 and the rook is bishop is falling.
Hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
and
you
there's
need to
mate
have some
actually.
balls to play in this position,
Yeah.
rook e5 here. This is yeah, not I think we're fine if we just take back on g2 instead. Much more natural here.
I'm
Instead of
looking.
giving up the
Yeah, I love rook e5 because you're threatening mate, right? Queen h6, king
mm,
g8, and rook g5. Like it's beautiful.
that is really beautiful.
Yeah, I hope it works. That'd be good news for Humpy Koneru here, getting a W out of this game with the white pieces and going on to the black tomorrow. I mean, nothing feels even better in a match situation like this where you maybe get a win with black and the next game you only need a draw with white. I think that's like one of the most ideal situations. But we've seen the odds be in someone's favor and still not end up.
Oh, she
Oh,
did find knight h4, and
yes.
she immediately takes on g2 now. So okay, I'm curious. Is she gonna play knight takes g6 here, followed by rook e5? That would be the blowout, but it's so much easier to just take on g2 and say, hey, my king is better, my pieces are better, I have a good position. But taking on g2 would be the yeah, blowout here.
I
You
think
don't say
so.
blowout, right?
I mean, I don't
Would
know,
be
not
the
entirely.
final.
Yeah. Let me just refresh this position because I can see that the maybe the times weren't updating quite well on the browser source. Let me try and see what's happening quickly. But yeah, you can run us
Yeah, she
through
has seven.
your thoughts.
She has 7 minutes to find knight takes g2. So, sorry, knight takes g6. So not a lot of time. Also considering she still has to play. She finds it. She
She
plays knight takes
what? Oh
g6.
my
This
gosh.
is insane. So let's look at it again. After taking on g6, queen takes. We're just a piece down, but we're threatening mate that is not preventable. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Now rook e5, and our rook slides to over after we played a queen h6 check, and that is insane.
That's gorgeous.
Woohoo!
Love the energy.
I'm loving
Oh, rook g7 was played instead. Oh my gosh. What is happening?
that. She didn't give us this line, but okay. Now, now we need
Yeah.
to reconsider what we thought about.
Yeah, I didn't think about this one. Maybe I was thinking immediately like 97, but I'm not sure of the follow-up. So 97 check just to get out of the pin. And if the king moves, okay, likely the king will go to h8. Maybe something like queen to f6. Queen to f6.
I'm thinking, like, if the queen is moving, we can take on g2. So, but yeah, maybe. This is not clear at all to me. Oh, but we're nothing down right now, right? Because you didn't capture back. So after, yeah, you're right. Knight d7, king moves, and then we just move our queen. Maybe take on c5. So now I don't know what the material is here. We're up a pawn when we take on c5.
I
Crazy
wanted to
position,
maintain this
but
pressure, but I do agree that maybe just taking a pawn is better. Let's see. Queen takes c5 is the
because then
best, yeah.
bishop h3, threatening mate, or is white faster in mating?
I mean, maybe just queen c8 to exchange queens. Maybe not. 95. Simple enough. Simple chess. Because then knight f4.
We have a question if rook e8 isn't forced mate. The queen on a8 is still can still capture the rook on e8, I think, instead of.
It's on the board. It happened. 97.
Pretty. That's pretty. That's really pretty.
6 minutes versus 11, and players are only approaching move 30 now. So there's left 10 moves to go in order to get the extra 30 minutes on the clock, because that is the threshold they have to cross in order to gain some time. Otherwise, they're living on increment and whatever time they have left. So I thought it was between like queen f6 and taking the pawn, but you suggested taking the pawn. I just wanted to keep the pressure. And now you made me realize very quickly that, you know, sometimes it's good to pawn grab. Like it's really good to just consolidate.
Yeah, but I like your move because with queen f6, you're also threatening knight f5, right? So why is queen f6 not working?
Maybe now
the
mating threat is a little bit more serious.
Because after the mating threat, we have to trade queens with, for example, queen c6, right?
And we don't get that pawn. You're right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, interesting.
Forgot how serious that is. Yeah, she'll spend some time maybe just trying to figure things out. Be like, should I take the pawn? It just seems like such a remedial.
On c5 and she's not getting mated. The nice thing is after queen takes c5, we're also threatening queen c8 check and just trading off the queens.
Yeah.
So then we just a pawn up in this endgame.
Very true. But I was even looking at how wild is this? So like queen takes c5 and then playing something like knight c8 to like completely cover.
To threaten rook e8 and everything. I really like that move.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful if that works.
It would be, indeed, if it worked. But yeah, maybe
after bishop h3.
Bishop h3. Yeah, I really want to make it work.
Because then my bishop is also on c8, so I can take it.
What if just f3? Like, you're basically saying, listen here, you can't leave the back rank. Try. And, you know, because if queen takes... Oh, we don't have queen c8. Never mind. We don't have queen c8.
Yeah, but nice idea.
Queen e5 was played. Similar idea to what I had.
To make pressure, like you said.
Yeah. But now I'm wondering. what the point is
Now
because
after bishop h3, I can play f3 because now queen b8 it would be mate.
Yeah. Too many tactics. Too many.
Okay, should we come here back in a second and watch
Yeah.
what is happening at Vaishali's board?
I really want to
Because
see.
there, oh wow,
Yeah.
how did that happen? How is Tan Chongji up in exchange? Wasn't Vaishali up like 2 pawns?
This is a good point to make because now she has a bishop and a pawn for the rook. But something happened, right? So the queens came off. Oh, exactly what we discussed. Because the knight was coming to e5, right? Then the queen went back to e2. Instead of going for this
She wasn't
line,
brave enough to take.
yeah, I just wanted to keep things a little bit more solid, and she thought, okay, this wouldn't be a problem. King f1 to try and get away from this check with a fork. I'm just going to promote the line because it's the main one. Then we have rook d1 getting away from losing the exchange. Rook a3 is a really nice try. And
Ooh, and black decided to not go for the perpetual.
yeah, I'm just looking at black's
Why?
piece activity. It's insane. Look at that. What a nice move. What a nice tactic. Forcing the exchange, otherwise you lose a piece. And rook to b8.
But
Wow.
now, okay, even though we're down in exchange in the endgame, it isn't over because we can take on a7, and then we have a pass pawn on a5, and e6 is also weak, that we can attack with rook d6 maybe. And our bishop on this diagonal, as long as it stays, is doing a really good job on defending the f2 pawn. So I think white still has drawing chances here, but yeah, she needs to suffer.
She needs to suffer. Somebody clip that.
Oh no, she will suffer. she will suffer.
She needs to suffer. Man, so many clippable moments from this stream already. I'm really loving it. But I agree. It's nice to it's nice to have this outside pass pawn, especially now with the bishop that can just protect it and make things difficult. Oh, okay, rook d6 going with your idea immediately first. Just trying to get rid of this pawn, knowing or thinking, I'm gonna have a7 eventually. Why not just go for the other weak pawn in the meantime? And I think this is very important as well, that the bishop is protecting the f2 square. Otherwise, things will be more difficult for white to defend. But quick one. Lei Ting-ji has 1 minute left against Nana Dzagnidze.
Oh no, okay, let's go there. Because they're also still only in move 22, which is crazy. What happened here? So this was the game where white was 2 pawns up. But now there's stuff happened.
She took the rook. So instead of taking the pawn on c5 that we had predicted, bishop takes c8 was played instead. And recapturing with the queen, and then taking on c5. Okay, so giving up the piece eventually. So it's 2 pieces or 2 minor pieces for the rook, if we were to count that way. And how many pawns? An extra 4 pawns. Bishop takes.
The question is there maybe a perpetual somewhere for black?
Possibly. Maybe that's exactly what black wants here too, because after rook takes, maybe is king f2 forced?
It's a blunder.
What?
I have my engine on,
okay.
And king h1 was the only drawing move.
Is
king
it
h1, so hard to find here because the queen can go to h2, but king f2 is losing because of queen h3, and we're threatening rook g2, and there are just too many threats here.
Hang on. I want to be where you are. Tell me more. All right.
Oh, I'm in the live position.
Okay. Let's go to live position. Tell me, could you draw some arrows? Maybe I'll see them.
Wait. Oh, that did not happen. Wait. Okay, sorry. I I guess I don't know what happened. I guess my analysis was just I thought this is what really happened here. Okay, I will show you what I thought because after taking on g3, rook take g3, I thought king f2 makes sense, but king f2 is losing, and I thought she played that, but I just played.
Oh, it was me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was like my fault.
Oh, it was you.
Because
Oh,
I was like
oh,
trying to
then now
figure
we're
things
synced
out.
again.
Yeah, we're seeing something. So King H1 was played, but somehow this in itself, well, the engine's not too happy about it. I'm not entirely sure why.
Yeah, rook
Maybe.
g2 was just
Oof.
rook
Uh.
g2 and rook f3 are threatening.
Oh, I see. In this instance of this position, you said King H1 and then defending with the queen. Okay, I understand now. But that's really difficult to
So
see.
that's also what happened, right?
What
King
happened is she
h1
played King
happened.
H1, yes. And then bishop back. Uh, but now
Oh, she
Queen
played king
F2?
h1 immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, she played king h1 immediately.
Oh dear.
Okay, I tell you, I have the engine on, and king h1 here is losing.
Yeah, it does say that it's like quite bad for white to play King H1 in that position, which
Because in the other position you had the bishop, right? You took the piece, and now you just didn't take the piece.
and now I'm thinking
So
about
you were
queen
able
here.
to take the bishop, but now you just didn't, and you have the same problems, like h2 super weak,
This is true. You're losing the
queen h3
exchange.
happening, rook h8 happening.
Yeah. Maybe even bishop takes. Oh, queen h3 first. Okay.
And then rook h8 next.
I was even thinking about rook
We
here,
can
but
also
maybe it's even worse.
we can also bring our knight in now,
Yeah, knight coming in
and the
seems
material is
to
equal.
just seal the deal because that knight check at the end there on g3 is going to be quite difficult to deal with. Yeah, this at least like ensures some sort of temporary pin on the knight. So in this position of queen to h3, maybe there's an idea to play something like rook e1 or
Have some counterplay.
Ouchies.
This is crazy
It
position,
was
and look at the time.
so
Like
good.
they only
Yeah,
have 50 seconds left.
40 seconds. I think it's still tricky for black. Like, unless Lei saw this a lot earlier, if she's calculating it all out now, I mean, there's a high risk of making an inaccuracy. Not wishing
That's
it upon
true.
her, but I'm saying that it might happen.
No, I mean also as you said, the black king is also weak there in the middle.
I will remove the analysis gauge or like the engine evaluation from the stream so that those of you who still prefer to see this position without the engine don't have to, are not forced to. So interesting that she went directly for the exchange. I mean, it's something that I thought would happen automatically because you're gaining that material back. It's always nice to consolidate that advantage just by capturing back the material rather than going for the attack when you're so low on time.
But white also has a lot of pawns.
But after rook takes, maybe just yeah, it's tough to bring the queen in now.
C5. Yeah,
Oh, taking on
take
c5.
on c5 before I play b4, because when I play b4 then I have connect 3. What is so funny about connect 3?
Oh my gosh. No, it's just like connect 4 as a game. When you say connect 3, and it often feels like a win outside of the game itself. Yeah, it's just yeah. Okay. You say it like a lot of people laugh at this joke that you make and you're not sure why.
What is so funny?
It's a good joke. I mean, it's even better if it wasn't intentional. So well done.
Yeah, no, it wasn't intentional. I thought this is what you say to three connected pawns. I didn't. Yeah.
Oh,
Are we
that
winning
makes it even
the chess
better.
match?
Nice. Yeah, connect four, connect three. It's like, yeah, I want connect four. We can end the game right there. It's just a running joke. Yeah.
That would be funny
Oh, but the
if you're
pawn on
just like,
d6.
yeah, sorry,
Sorry,
you
these are
lost.
my rules. You're playing by my rules. I'm the
But yeah, so
captain
the
now.
question here was, are we winning in the chat? So I don't know who we is, but
The
the
commentators are
engine
always
says
winning.
this position is minus 1.9 for black.
I am seeing some really low clocks on the other boards. Shall we like try to switch as quickly and swiftly as possible?
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so
board do you want to see?
let's go to Dzagnidze versus Vaishali and see
Mm.
what the docket is saying. She managed to win e6, which is quite promising. And
And now she protects the pawn on the a file by just promoting it, and the rook on e6 is protecting it, and the pawn on a7 is still a weakness. So if you will not protect the pawn on a7, we will capture it next, I guess.
yep, I think so. But I think maybe rook f7 might be on the board in the next move or two.
Yeah.
And that way just defending a7, and white might not actually have a problem with this, because the whole point is that white wants to create some sort of fortress or like impenetrable barrier, so that they don't have to, or they're not forced to into an endgame where things become very difficult to manage. Because a bishop versus rook, with no pawns on the board, statistically is a draw, but with some other pieces it becomes tricky being low on time, and Vaishali is very low on time at the moment. They are approaching move 40 though, Katharina.
That's true. Only 4 moves left, so they almost made it. Going through the time pressure, so they're gonna get some extra time there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and the next game, we're having whiplash here going from game to game, but this is like exciting times.
Yes, we should not miss anything exciting here.
We have
So this
FOMO.
is the game where, Humpy Koneru really beautiful sacrificed a piece, but I mean, Song didn't take it because she saw Shelby made it, but it was a beautiful sequence.
Okay.
And yeah, so in this position, white is up a pawn. So she did win the pawn that was standing on d4. I feel like maybe she sacrificed it. Did she play d3 at some point? Oh yes, she did.
Yeah, so d3 happened, and then it was captured. But we saw bishop h3 happen, and Humpy decided to cover this checkmate on g2 with knight d5. And I'm not entirely sure the reason behind h6, but it makes me think that she just wants to create a lift for the king so that the queen can roam around a little bit. And
yeah, I guess you're right.
Players are on move 33 in this game, meaning 7 more moves until time control. Mm-hmm.
What happens if we just play queen e8 now, trading off the queens and then taking on c5, being up 2 pawns?
I like that. That seems like a great idea. And being up 2 pawns with just a minor piece and rook ending should be enough, right?
I mean, you still need to watch out that you will not get checkmated, because when the rook, when the bishop comes back to h3, then this could be dangerous, even in the end game, even if you only have a bishop and a rook left. But yeah, okay, she took on c5 first. She says, I don't need to trade the queens. My queen is pinning your rook on g7, so I might as well keep it on the board for now.
Yeah, that's a very mature decision. Honestly, I think in both of our instances, we would have easily gone for this queen trade just to simplify things. Because when the queens are on the board...
And I mean, you cannot... Sorry, I just said you cannot prevent a queen trade, right? Because if you want to play like king h7, we just play queen e4 check. So I guess.
No, exactly. I agree with you. So maybe she knows at any point the queens can come off. So why not wait as long as possible? Yeah, bishop goes back. to h3, and maybe now's the good time to go for this queen trade.
Attention, there's a mate threat. But yeah, I think maybe now just trading the queens and then being up 2 pawns looks really convincing here.
I mean, being sneaky and even grabbing on a6. Because not immediately, like trade queens first, then like nyam and nyam on a6 pawn later.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, we can still come back with our rook to e1 in case you're threatening to give a checkmate. So we can, I think we can take. Why should we not be able to take?
I want to see what you're doing. I'm gonna try and follow the.
I'm just checking the line with knight takes a6 in the end, and it looks really good.
Okay.
It looks good for white. Yeah, so I agree.
I'm just gonna switch quickly
so
to
Humpy
see if there's anything crazy that we're missing.
On what board? On board 1?
Yeah, on board 1 between Lei and Dzagnidze. I think that
Okay,
it's
so black
simplified
is
a
still
lot.
up the piece, but
Yeah.
white has 2 pawns for it.
Mhm.
So the question is, I mean, the queen and the knight together, they are really have a really nice harmony.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
I mean, we will just give a bunch of checks and hope to collect some pawns in the meantime with black.
Yeah.
If we manage to win some pawns, then like this game over
Right, and
for
that was
white.
also like the last check that that white had. Unfortunately, now it's up to black to try and convert this, and this could be quite possibly even easy for Lei Tunji to just find some quick maneuvers around.
And also, your king cannot move to certain squares. For example, e3, knight c4. So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
tough.
we will just give checks, bring the knight in, and have mating threats. I think that's not good news here for Nana in this first game with white. She 100% had different goals here today with white. So let's see. Still 5 moves to go, no time left if she can find everything.
I wonder what kind of reflecting these players will do after round 1, because you have to come back with a very strong mindset despite the result in the previous round. If it was bad, you have to brush it off very quickly and just try to give it your all in the second game. Some people, such as myself in instances, it's been very difficult to come back after a hard loss, and it's just a ripple effect on the remaining performances. But I think that, you know, at a high level like this, you're sort of forced to have that ingrained into you. You have to be able to recover very quickly from any sort of. You also don't want to go into the game. I mean, you won the previous round and go in too confident, thinking, you know, I just need a draw, this kind of mentality. And it's tough to just go in completely neutral. Do you find that previous performances affect the rest of your tournament? Or at all?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I have a really bad tournament, I'm not believing in myself as much anymore. Like I'm always double checking, like, is this really true? But when I had a really good tournament, I feel like so much more confident. Yeah, I really think that that helps you, like, take the swing with you. But yeah, I guess as a top player, you just try to see these games game by game and not think, oh, okay, if I win, then I go one round further. You're just like, okay, today I have my game, I play my best chess, and then we'll see what happens. I think like you should not be in your head like, oh, well, should I do a draw? Like, does it make sense? Just like if you have a drawn position, give a draw, fine, and like don't think too much about like the other factors.
That's some really good advice.
But I'm not doing it like this. I just think that's how it should be done.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. I always have better advice than I'm willing to take myself. So I completely get that. It's
Oh,
like,
it's pretty. We can maybe at some point win the pawn on a3 with a check. So maybe
mm,
now when we give like a check on b2, like either a3 or h2, we can take at some point.
oh,
So
okay. Yeah.
yeah, this is yeah, maybe we can even take it right now, the pawn. Maybe we can also give check first. I don't know, but this looks not good for white. Because the queen, I mean, the queen on d6, this seems so active, but actually it's not doing anything, right? I mean, you have no checks with the queen. The queen is not defending your king. It's just standing there. It's actually kind of sad.
Yeah, it's true. And there aren't any active checks. So black can afford to, move around a little bit and not have to worry about giving a check on every move. So now white's played queen to d4, defending b4 and trying to just consolidate whatever remaining material is left, instead of worrying about trying to give some checks. I suppose there is a sneaky one here on g1, but it isn't going to amount to much, I think, after that. So now going after
To be
h2.
honest, I think if we win, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I just think if we win one more pawn, we can also trade the queens and have a winning endgame.
True. The knight can babysit the pawn or try to capture the pawn and then run with the others. They're like in a single file. How orderly. They're like, you go first. No, you. Yeah.
Come right behind you.
I'm supporting you from behind. Okay, quick view of the other ones, shall we?
We also had the question in the chat
Yes.
how Humpy did.
Okay.
So we can look at her game because that was really interesting.
Yep.
Oh, and she did go for the queen trade, which we
Yes.
suggested.
Oh,
She
yes, yes,
listened to
yes.
us because we have so good advice.
I love it.
Um,
I love it. Yes, exactly. Our advice is just golden. And she didn't grab on a6. So,
oh, and she plays f4 immediately. She's like, "You're not gonna mate me here on the back rank, no
mm-mm.
chance." And also, I
Yep,
mean, this is a pass pawn, so that
true.
does make sense.
Pass pawns must be
Um,
pushed.
so she will not be mated, and yeah, in this position, she's up 2 pawns,
You know what I was
which is
thinking? I
good news
think
for Humpy fans in the chat.
exactly up 2 pawns, and that gives her a really good chance here of just converting the win. Sorry for interrupting you there, Katerina. What I wanted to mention was that with rook to d5, it may not be doing a bunch, but the whole point is that it's move 40, and maybe she just wanted to get over, that speed hump of like,
Mm.
okay, I need my 30 minutes. Maybe I need to run to the bathroom. Maybe I need a cup of tea, but it's just a move I needed to make that wasn't going to
Mm.
be completely losing. So yeah, it makes sense
That's
to
true.
just play this rook d5, and yeah, it's up to Miss Song to find her 40th move in a minute and a half, which I can't imagine
Mm.
can be easy. Yeah. It keeps showing
Yeah, black still has
Vaishali.
to pass
Sorry, black still?
past the 40 moves. Black still needs to pass the 40 moves, so only
Yes.
white made it so far.
Yeah. It shows that Vaishali is like
Hmm.
losing on time constantly, but I know that's just a delay of the clocks. Shall we quickly just see? Because I think the evaluation is even showing a
Yeah.
completely equal
Oh,
endgame.
she already made 40 moves. So I guess like after move 40, she dropped down and then the 30 minutes just weren't added up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay. So we have an end game. So they traded one pair of rooks here,
Hmm.
and then she got the a7 pawn.
Yeah, somehow earlier, taking on a7, and they both gave up the flank. And I think it is maybe a little bit easier here for Vaishali to secure a draw with the action being on one side of the board, perhaps.
Mhm. That's a really good point. Yeah. But I think, I mean, I feel like Tan Songri might playing this for a little more moves,
Hmm?
just trying everything out because she's never gonna lose this, right?
Yeah.
So she can just make some moves. But yeah, she's probably not gonna get in because the bishop on e3 is yeah, can protect the pawn on f2, and we should just make sure not to blunder the pawn on e4. Okay, maybe it's not so easy. What if like black infiltrates with the king at the rook and
Like coming around here?
just yeah, something like this, and then rook on a4 or something.
That is tough. That is tough. Because
I mean, I feel like still she needs to suffer a little.
I'm looking at ways to like park the king and create some sort of crazy little house for white, like king g3, f3, like bring the bishop around and just like move it up and down so that black can't access any of the dark squares. But I kept thinking about ways that black could even reach out and try to, attack from behind with the king. And yeah, maybe just accuracy is important here. Tough. H5.
Yeah,
This
this
was
is
the last move.
probably going on for a while. Okay, I mean the king needs to move.
Okay, doing a quick look at the other game.
Yes.
And I can see, I think the
On
game...
board one?
Yeah, on board one, I have a feeling that this game is somehow over.
Oh, because it's move 39 and no other move happened. So maybe white lost some time here. Or she
There's
resigned.
a good chance that maybe things have ended. Maybe
I mean,
if we have some
look,
spies.
we
Yeah,
are threatening queen f3 followed by knight d3.
exactly. Yeah, these are the two moves that I was thinking about as well, and it's going to be very hard to
No, I mean
counter.
First queen f3
Yes,
and then
yes, my
king
bad.
a1. Oh, so sorry. I was like,
Same. No, I get what you mean. No, check is important first.
so maybe there's nothing really to prevent this, or what is the thing here?
It will be difficult.
It looks like she lost on time here.
Okay, we're gonna assume there was a result, and the one game that they actually did cross over into the time control as well, as we mentioned, with after rook to d5. Okay, rook d5 and bishop f5 was played. And it looks like I'm jumping around so much, by the way. I'm so sorry.
No, I like it. Are you at the
Okay, we can come back.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to mention here to the board between Humpy and a Song.
Yes.
That look at all the pawns of white. They're all on black squares, which is really nice because black still has the light squared bishop. So yeah, you cannot attack any of our pawns, which is good for us. So that's a really nice positioning of the pawns here from Humpy.
I like that note that you added. It's very awesome because, yeah, it's like a good bad bishop or bad good bishop. I always forget which is which, but a bishop that has a lot of range but can't attack anything, right? So this is the fate that this bishop has to accept. And it's going to be difficult. There are lots of positions where maybe you can fight back in an endgame like this, but I think with white having the material and the space, it might be quite difficult to do that. Because now maybe the plan is clear, right? You can just come in with the king and start doing some damage. I was always told, the endgame training was some of the worst moments, or like most boring moments of my chess career, because trying to understand the plans and so on. I mean, my endgames are still worse for wear, so need some refreshing, and I think endgame study is super important for a player's development. But one of the things I maybe enjoyed the most out of everything was the study of some Steinitz games and the path of the king in an endgame, finding it was always like drawing a roadmap of a king into the opposing side. Like if you're able to set up your pawns in a way that allow your king to walk into your opponent's territory, that's what you need to aim towards. And whether that is attacking some weak points or finding a way to gain some space with the king in the center, that was like some of the fun times when it came to endgames. Do you have any fond memories of like chess training?
Yeah, I also have to say endgames were not the most fun, but I really like what you explained here with the king route and how you need to position your pawns. Yeah, I mean, I guess I always like group trainings with people the same age because then, especially when you're super young, it's not that dry. I think it's really important, especially for kids, to keep motivated, and that is mostly happening when you have other kids your age doing that with you. So I
Yeah,
guess that's also what I enjoyed the most
that's so
when I was
cool.
not there doing all this stuff alone.
Yeah, it's never fun to do some training alone. Um, do you do a lot of like training games? Do you find that that helps when it comes to tournament preparation? Or what is your main focus when it comes to training for a tournament?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not a professional player, so I guess I'm not the right person to ask how to how I'm doing it. But yeah, I'm trying to do some tactics always because that's especially on short notice before a tournament where you can improve the most. Because when you just have a sharp calculation, that helps a lot. So on short notice, tactics is what helps the most, I would say definitely. How about you?
I
Do
think
you do
tactics.
training games?
Yeah, I love to play some training games if I don't have anyone to play against. Usually just some online rapid games and then trying to analyze. I'm very bad at like playing online games and then analyzing afterwards, so I like force myself.
Mm.
But calculation exercises, ones that don't exactly like lead to mates and those things, like just trying to figure out some positional ideas to refresh the calculation memory senses in my brain which don't exist. But yeah, tactics and mostly openings too, because I don't really have an opening repertoire, so it's always trying to prepare per game depending what kind of tournament I'm playing. Yeah. I'm enjoying Rapid and Blitz a lot more these days though than classical.
Someone on YouTube said WCM, but you're saying I'm not a professional player. Well, I mean, like, this is not like professional player. I would say someone who can make a living out of like only playing chess tournaments, and that's definitely nothing you can achieve with the WCM. So you get the WCM with 2000 elo, and then that is far from the elite chess players. So yeah, I feel really I guess flattered by you saying that that's so good that you could be professional, but that's not the truth. So that's just because you have a title doesn't mean that you're a professional player.
We are
But
chess professionals,
yeah,
which is even
we
better.
are chess professionals.
Yes,
We are the
Katarina.
people commentating, right? How
Right?
you said in the beginning, you only commentate when you're too bad to play.
What? I never said anything like that. What do you mean? What? Do you have no quotes? What? No proof.
uh,
Yeah, I think being a chess professional is way cooler. We get to play and we get to do all the things around chess. So it's not just playing. The
mm,
stress of being a professional chess player, it's crazy, you know? Like I've heard so many stories of players living out of their suitcases because they're having to travel from one event to another and sort of relying on their performance for, you know, their livelihood.
100%.
Lively,
I
yeah.
mean, when you look at chess tournaments, when you have one round a day and you're gone for 10 days, that's a long time, right?
It's
You need
tough.
to make sure like to travel somewhere, like what is happening with the hotel that needs to be covered by the tournament
Yeah.
organizer because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So you need to be invited and then like playing, I don't know, 12 tournaments a year that
Yeah.
each take 10 days, like that's a lot of time traveling.
It is. It is. It's not all rainbows and butterflies. I mean, on the surface, it may look like the life, and it's something that I always dreamt of doing until I realized the reality of it. It's really not easy, and a lot of top players who are very very strong and still make most of their living through playing I can guarantee you they have something on the side like coaching, or some other projects that they're busy with. Just because playing alone, I don't think there's a single sane person out there. There's just so much effort and energy, time,
Mm.
those sort of sacrifices that you have to make in order to be a professional chess player. So hats off to them, but not sure if I'd wish that upon myself anymore. I don't know. Would you ever,
True.
given the chance, would you just become like a professional chess player and do all of that?
Oh, no. I mean, I was never at the point where I was like, yeah, I'm good enough for that. So, yeah, no, I never thought about this. But I mean, I do a living out of chess, but not because I'm a chess professional, just because things like that come up the way. I mean, there are a lot of other things you can do.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm really happy because I love chess. Chess is great. So yeah, I'm happy to be covering this event here with you
Aw.
instead of playing it.
Yeah, I'm actually so much happier to be on this side of the chair. The pressure's off of us. We get like fun
Mhm.
conversations out
We
of
can
it.
just watch. We can just
Exactly.
watch the best players here play.
Yeah, we get paid to watch players play, and I think that's a better job.
Mm.
That's like being a beta
Mm.
tester in a gaming world where you love playing games. So I think we got it. We got it good.
I
Yeah.
think so too. Also, I was just looking at the other boards because now like the three remaining boards playing today
Mm.
pass the time control. And we see, I want to have a look at Vaishali's board because I
Yep.
think this is a really instructive endgame.
Yeah.
So Vaishali decided to move her pawn to f3 that was standing on f2 beforehand,
Mm-hmm.
so that her bishop can sometimes protect the pawn on h4, and also yeah, that e4 is not such a weakness anymore that what was in other lines the case. So I think this is a really good setup because now your king cannot really come in here
Mm-hmm.
because the king would need to get in to make some threats, but as soon as your king comes in, we also always can like make some threats here against the other pawns from black. So yeah, I think it's not really easy to do anything here with the black pieces.
That's very true. I like this little situation that White's set up because it's also impossible to get a check in, right? And it's just actually so cool to marvel at the fact that she had this in her mind. This is the kind of setup I want to achieve with the pieces that I have, and it will be very difficult for Black to make any sort of progress. So I'd like to see Black's tries, and this comes to my request here, Katharina. Could we have a 2 minute break and come back just in time to see some results, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Let's do a quick 2-minute break so anyone can grab some water or tea or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'll be back in no time.
Okay. Thanks. And as promised,
Hello, hello.
hi, we are back. As promised. Yeah, and
Yeah, sorry, I'm interacting with you so
no,
often because I don't see you when you actually start to move your mouth. But we had a question in the chat. Where is Divya's game? And she already finished. She had a draw today, and that does not mean she's going to tie breaks because there's still a second game. It's always best of two, and when after two games the points are even, then we have tie breaks.
mhm.
So still anything can happen at Divya's game tomorrow. So yes, that's this. But the other games are still going, and it looks like we're gonna have two decisive games. One of them, Humpy Koneru, and if we look there, stuff happened because the last time we looked, there was still a knight on the board, but now they traded and there are only rooks left.
Yeah. Look at this trek that the black king is making in the Vaishali game. Exactly as we had predicted as well, this king is about to make a trek all the way from c6 to e2, and I am predicting it right now. This is exactly where the king is headed. It wants to attack f3, it wants to break this little fortress that white has built, and it would be very, very interesting to see what Vaishali's response will be, because I think the moment that the king
I
gets...
have an idea.
Yeah, tell me.
So yeah, if we do nothing, that's bad news. But what if we play bishop d4, and if you take on h4, I play king f5, and then I will just take the pawn on f6 and the pawn on h5, and then it's
That
a draw.
is no more pawns. I do like that idea very much, because this king would be like way too far out of action on b5. Like, it's a great idea if it works, if there's a quicker way to get the king towards the pawn, but I think exactly your idea is terrific. To give up this h pawn, simply attack the remaining pawns of blacks, and I still commend black for trying, but maybe it will result in a draw.
Maybe, yes.
You think immediately bishop d4?
Okay, what would be other moves that could be possible? I mean, we could also just move our bishop, like bishop e1.
There's a result. There's a result
Where is
between
it?
Leiting G and Nana Dzagnidze. This is the final,
Ooh!
final position between the two players. And unfortunately, Nana has lost with the white pieces. But big ups to Leiting G for securing a victory with the black pieces. And tomorrow is a new day. I hope that she'll be able to brush it off and come back stronger tomorrow. But wow, big result. And what a sharp endgame too, like middle game, endgame. I thought that it was very difficult to figure things out. I mean, even we were unable to predict the only way to draw or like secure some sort of hope for the white pieces. So yeah, I thought that was quite...
I mean, this was also the
something.
game where after 13 moves, they only had like 20 minutes left, and then have
Exactly.
such a sharp position that's
Yeah.
super hard. And here we just see that, yeah, in the end, we have a decisive result. So Lei Ting-Jie is the person who, yeah, kept her head cold, or how you say it. So,
Yeah, keeping a level head during that time. Yeah,
mm.
and
Okay, we
coming
have a
back.
question. Why did White resign here in this position?
Hmm.
What's the reason?
Yeah, I think it's uh, perhaps straightforward, I'm assuming, if I were a grandmaster. No, I think the idea here for black is simple. As we discussed, we tried to trade at least one more pawn, like win a pawn and then trade queens, which shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, what is the
Yeah, our
goal?
knight can also come in soon, right? If we play like queen c2, knight d3 or something like this.
I was thinking queen c2 as well, which is nice. But what about queen d3? Maybe this is forced. And Knight g6 is nice. Very nice.
Oh no. We have a chatter who said, I've been chatting away for the whole stream and just discovered that none of my messages have made it through.
Oh
Well,
my
I'm happy
gosh.
to tell you that this message made it through, but yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing your name in the chat. So, happy that you made it right now.
This is a usual thing for Widgeon. He's a regular in my chat. I half believe him, but also half think that he's completely trolling us. You weren't here the whole time. That's a lie. Okay, no, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
He's
Well,
a
it's okay.
troller.
He's a troller. Yes, big troll. Yeah, okay, yeah. Maybe I ignore. No, I don't ignore messages. That's a lie. I'm glued to chat sometimes, and too much so. You made a clip. Okay, sure. Shall we go to Humpy's game just to quickly see, because the minor pieces are off the board. Humpy Koneru managed to exchange the knight and bishop, and now it's just looking like a rook ending with an extra 2 pawns. But those 2 pawns on the side there seem a little far apart, I'd say. Now that...
Yeah, but it's the same for black, right? So
Right.
the pawn on b4 is also not protected, so
Mm-hmm. So an easy way to
that's
go about it
fine.
is just like rook d4 going after this pawn. Actually, yeah, how do
Yeah, for
you
example.
even... Oh, but then rook here. Or just leave it. Right, because
Yeah,
of
I
the
mean, you
rook.
can,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can not really protect it. So if you go rook c4, we can take it, and then, yeah, we just push our f pawn at some point. So that should be completely winning, and she knows it. So, I mean, you can also maybe start with h3, and then g4 to have two passed pawns on the king side.
I like that. Because you're sort of waiting for black to commit to leaving this rank, and you have a nice check to pick up this pawn. So I think maybe the rook is even just glued to the 6th rank for now. And yeah, I like the idea of h3, because you're not giving black the opportunity to capture 2 pawns in 2 moves. And also, like you said, you want to build up this pawn chain of passed pawns. Connect to. Yeah, you have connect 3, so maybe you need one more pawn, or
That's what I want in all game.
Yeah, you just need to put like one pawn on e5, and then you have connect 4, and you could literally ask your opponent to resign. That is the law of chess. It's written in white ink on the FIDE manual.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why no one can see it.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Humpy will win this today.
Mm-hmm.
So she will have a really decisive lead after this match here.
I have very
I
good
mean,
news.
this shows the age difference, right? She's really experienced
Yeah,
player.
that's
She's a
true.
strong GM. She has been top on the world for so many years. And Song is just getting there. She's 19 years old, really fresh into all of this. She had a great tournament so far, but yeah, she still it's really hard to keep up with such experienced players. And today, Humpy was just the stronger one.
That's very true and well put as well. Katharina, I have very good news for you. Your idea of playing bishop to d4 in the other game is exactly what happened.
Mm,
And we're getting even closer
really,
to a
I'm
result.
really. Did
Mm-hmm.
she play it also in the position we looked at, or
Let's...
at another
I think
point?
so. I think she played it immediately, right? Because after king c6, king is a little
Oh yes.
distracted, and bishop d4 immediately.
Oh, but she didn't go for king f5
Mm,
after rook takes h4. What I thought about.
yeah, we're gonna claim same, same, and I think that's enough.
Mm.
Same, same is good.
But yeah, she managed to take that pawn, and I mean now maybe she's playing for a win. No, I don't think she can win this. But oh, I'm seeing the table base is on. So
Yes.
the table base, this is really interesting. The table base is yeah, a base where all the positions have been analyzed that are 7 pieces or less. So everything with 7 pieces or less are completely analyzed
What?
in the chess world. So every single position is yeah, we know every single position, the result, completely analyzed until the end, and this is telling us it's a draw.
That is so interesting. I opened it as well. It tells you all the moves that are drawn and all the moves that
Did you
are
not know
losing.
about the table
I
base?
had no idea about an endgame table
Have you never
base.
heard about table base?
Never in my
Have you
entire
never heard
life,
about table base?
never in my
That's
28 years of
crazy.
being alive have I heard of table base. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, so the table base is so it used to be only the last 6 pieces, but then engines got stronger and then was the last 7 pieces. So they're trying to analyze chess from the back. So yeah.
This is very interesting.
They're
Wow.
every day is a learning day, true. Happy that we learned something today.
Yeah, wow. Okay, now I think I'm going to have like a field day, like playing around with the table base. That's incredible. Thank you so much for introducing me to something new. Wow. Sorry for assuming your gender, chat.
Now we know why you're not WGM, says the
Honestly,
chat.
I got so close. Like, I only need 2100 rating to get my WGM title, and now I'm like even further away. And now that I know about the table base, boom, 2100 incoming.
Now you're getting there.
Yeah, exactly. So king to e6 was played. I'm thinking like you don't even have to push the pawns, like simply play something like this, because, or even, okay, bishop d4 is also nice. You want to lock the king out, and the moment the king sidesteps and tries to get around, because it's the only way that black can make any progress, then I think it's time to push a pawn. But the moment you push a pawn, you're allowing some entry squares for the king, and you really don't want to do that, especially with Zugzwang. Yeah, sorry, Zugzwang.
Ooh, that was beautifully pronounced.
Zugzwang. Kills.
Zugzwang.
Ich. German. Sorry. I don't.
Ich German.
Man, I need to learn the language. You see, I speak Afrikaans, which is derived from Dutch or Flemish. So I feel like we're on the right road to German. So there are lots of similar words, but
yeah,
German is just
some words are similar. That's true.
yeah. You see, Afrikaans, if you were to put Afrikaans in like an age and a grade, it would be probably like a 5-year-old in kindergarten. German is like a person who has graduated university cum laude and like has a PhD or something. Yeah. So it's just, you guys have so many long words and words to explain things. I don't understand. Yeah. A commentary in German incoming. Oh, you have to try fishes?
Yeah, tomorrow you will just
Fritz.
start talking German.
Fritz.
See if you can keep it up.
Fischt. Fische. What are all those words?
Fischers, Fritze, fischt, frische Fische, frische Fische, fischt, Fischers, Fritze. So that means someone who catches fishes is fishing fresh fish. Yeah, basically that.
You commentated in German for 5 minutes before someone put out.
Yeah, that was so funny. So when I commentated for Bundesliga,
Yeah.
I went on a break and I came back and I just started talking German because I did it on my own, right? That
Right.
wouldn't happen today because you would just say what the fuck. But I commentated and then someone was like, "Well, am I stupid now? Wait, why am I not understanding this language?" And I was like, "Oh wow." Yeah, that was that was really funny.
Oh wow. Love that. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, I
was
promise.
one of my brighter moments.
I promise to steer you in the right direction, or rather, the English direction, if we ever go astray. Yeah. Yeah. These.
Okay. I mean, now look at the h5 pawn. We cannot attack it with white. Like, black is still here the active person. So yeah.
I mean, the best that black could afford right now is to offer a couple checks on the back rank, and I don't think much else. Like this in itself, I feel like is a ploy to try and get some repetition or provoke the pawns to push. But neither of these
Mm.
things are gonna happen. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can push your pawn even maybe f5 here to get some more space in there.
I feel like looking at the table base is cheating. I don't know why. It's so wrong. Why does this
Yeah,
exist? How
which
does
move
this
is
exist?
losing? Like, something you shouldn't do here is taking on e4 with black.
It might be losing. Big might.
Might be losing. It's analyzed until the end.
Yeah, very cool. So yeah, trying to solve chess from like the back. It's
There are 4 losing moves. Rook c1, rook e2, rook e3, and rook e4.
wow, it's amazing that every other move is a draw. But those 4 moves in particular do look
Constructive, isn't
mighty
it?
sus. Zein, Zame,
Yeah, we have
Zerin,
so many
Sogen.
Germans in the chat. I love this. 10 zahme Ziegen zogen 10 Center Zucker zum Zoo. I didn't know this one.
What? Zein, Zame, Zigen, Sogen, Zein, Zentne, Zucker, Sumsu.
I would translate this as 10 friendly goats were pulling 10 pieces of sugar into the zoo.
Oh, Zucker is sugar. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And Zoo is Zoo. Wow, I'm fluent in German already. Oh, this is exactly what happened. GG on the prediction.
You mean rook f1? Oh no, f5.
F5. Okay, I'm quickly gonna switch just to see what's happening. Okay, pass 2 passes on the king side and
Oh, she played with the plan h3 and g4
very nicely predicted.
to
And wow, look at this bold attempt at trying to just stop the rook from checking. And I think that white might actually succeed with this plan of pushing the pawns. But maybe just a draw, right? Like check, king g2, check, going back, king f3. Like this will be repeated and
yeah, I think the goal for black would be to trade those pawns against this pawn and then try to win the rook against bishop endgame, which is in theory a draw, but I mean, sometimes mistakes happen, right? It's not that easy.
mistakes happen all the time. That's true.
But in theory, it's a draw.
I think the only try on the other board, if I quickly were to just, I think we can spend some like 2 minutes on the position between Song and Koneru.
Sure.
I think black could try to just capture this pawn, and since b4 is pushed quite far. But yeah, maybe not a lot to say in this position.
So you would trade the b2 pawn against the a6 pawn?
With black, maybe. There's not much.
Okay, now we can just take b4, right? And then with 3
Yeah.
pawns up.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this move didn't happen and
This is gonna end. No time. Time to resign.
Probably we'll see a resignation.
Threatening just rook b6, trading off the rooks, and if you move the rook away to prevent, we will still play rook b6 because like we want to trade the rooks, and if you move it, a6 is hanging.
Yeah.
So I think after rook b6, it's a resignation time.
I think so too. It will not be easy after that. Oh, g5. I mean, why?
I mean, everything should be winning here.
Yeah. Wait, we have a list of moves that don't win. Oh, but there are more than 7 pieces on the board. My bad.
Yeah, that's not a table base. Oh, she won. Yeah. Resignation.
And there's the result.
Congratulations to Humpy. That was a really nice game here.
Well converted, yes, indeed. We saw a lot of the tactics in the middle game. Let's just go back for a second. I mean, it was moments like this where, you know, there was a sacrifice of the exchange on f8, which was probably the start of something great here for white. And then, you know, finding knight takes g6, I think was just beautiful. And being able to convert this with very little time on the clock. Yeah, well played. And they are back
Yeah, in the end,
tomorrow.
just trading into a winning endgame.
Mhm.
I think also the opening was really nice that she
Yeah.
just sacrificed 2 pawns
Right?
to get this position.
Casually, as one does. Like, that seemed a little too well rehearsed. I think that's very incredible play by Humpy Koneru there. All right, so we have one game left, and our prediction is probably still that it will be a draw. We have some hopes. Mhm.
But I just see that, for example, king f4 here would be a losing move because of rook g4 blundering the piece.
Ouchies. Wow, okay.
So you still need to be careful here.
That's true.
But yeah, she's not gonna play bishop king f4 here. Bishop d8. Getting the bishop out of the way and maybe also trying to push the pawns a little bit further. I mean, why not? If black is trying to win too hard, maybe white will just promote a pawn.
Exactly. It's like, if you're gonna try, listen here, I'm gonna try too. So this seems very easy to accomplish though, this like e5, e6 idea. But maybe white shouldn't get too confident in this plan.
Oh, on YouTube, the question was, what is with the move bishop h4 instead of bishop d8? I think that would have worked as well, as long as you're not blundering a piece.
Oh, to play bishop
That
h4 here?
should be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe the point is
I
just
mean,
to control the diagonal. I understand though, you want to stop the pawn, but it's not going anywhere right now. So who's gonna offer the draw? Who's gonna cave?
I think black will play this for a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Would you offer a draw in this position? Or you kind of player who's a little bit too proud to
Black?
offer a draw and just like play it out?
I mean, I would try everything that I can, and if I see that it's not working, I would go for the draw.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow. Imagine a king g2 again, something like rook f4. Might be tough to deal with. King g3 is simple. And now even maybe some ideas of just going after the pawn and then playing f3.
Yeah, I guess after h4, I always have to give a check on h1 as black.
Or maybe, I'm not sure if it's possible, but white, I mean, if here it helps black push the pawn, right? Because king h4, rook h1, king g5, pushing the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we shouldn't go to g5 probably after the check, because then the h pawn could get dangerous. But even that seems to be a draw, because the white pawns are also strong, right? The white pawns can also start marching here.
Yeah.
Especially when our king helps them. Okay, bishop hanging on d8.
Yeah, again, your tactic of, wait, where are we? Why is it back to live move? Yeah, like if bishop comes back, the bishop's gone, like it's lost completely with rook g1.
You cannot protect it because rook g4.
Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, maybe it's working this time. Let me check. This time it's working because we still have, yeah, you said it right.
Okay.
Because in the end we can take on h5.
I forgot the rook cannot defend diagonally anymore.
Yeah, sad though. That would be cool. Okay, now the bishop is on h4. What Salvam from YouTube wanted. So that's a good thing. We have 2 decisive games, one win with black, one with white. That's true. And 1 draw so far. So everything that we could wish for. So the fourth game will be a result that we already saw today. We have 1-1-0, 1-0-1, and 1 draw. We got everything today.
That's very true. We got the whole 9 yards. We got the vegetables, we got the protein, we got the carbohydrates, like all the food groups in one round.
True. You said Nana against Harika was your guess for the finale, right?
Yes.
Because Nana lost today, so that's not good for your bet.
It's not. But it doesn't mean bad news for my first prediction of 2 Indian ladies against each other. So watch out.
That's true.
Things might happen.
That's true.
Yeah. But you know, tables can turn. The turns can table. We have tongue twisters in English too. Other than Zain, Zama, Zigan, Zogan. Don't play King F4. Don't play King F4.
Yeah, King F4 again, not a good move here. King H2 also losing.
F3. Not sure what else is even possible. Perhaps they have exhausted all the resources. King F3. And now we wait. Because with 34 minutes on the clock, there are still some things I suppose Tan could consider trying to make things more tricky, but with only 3 pieces, there's only so much you can do, and maybe only 2 being mobile. The king doesn't have any useful squares to go to, being sort of bordered to only 4 squares and pushed by the pawn and the bishop. The rook is your only hope, but what sort of tricks can you even set up with a rook alone? Like, it's going to be very, very tough. And white's plan is most likely to come in with the king. So maybe even black has to be careful, like you mentioned. Like, black can easily slip up and things can become easier for white to push the pawns again.
True. Yeah, the time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds and 30 minutes after move 40. That's correct. And also, I saw an interview of Tan Songji, I think, and she said she went to the restaurant with Lei Ting Jie after the round. So it seems like they're getting along really well with each other. Just a little fun fact that came to my mind, which I think is really nice because for sure they're also competitors. I mean, they must have played many times already against each other. So yeah, it's nice that they also have a friendly relationship.
Precisely. Yeah. I mean, it's tough to play against a friend, right? You maybe you have trained together, you spent some time together, having some meals together, and then you have to face each other. It's always a tricky moment to separate, like friendship versus professionalism, you know? Do you ever find it difficult to play against someone you're really close to?
Yeah, I don't enjoy it. I mean, this mostly happens when you're also with this person at a tournament, right?
Yeah.
So that's even more annoying. Yeah, no, I don't like it. I mean, there are people who are saying they don't mind, like they have to play a game and they just show up and play the game anyways. But yeah, no, I really don't enjoy it, especially when we were younger and always had to compete for the German championship, and every year you're playing the same people. I just really didn't like that.
Yeah. No, I get that, especially traveling, like you said, traveling with someone and maybe even sharing a room with them and then you get paired against them. Like, what are the odds? It's tough.
Yeah, it's just not fun.
Okay, so 31 minutes
Who's
left.
even playing for win here? Maybe White is playing for win.
I don't know.
Maybe White wants. Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, Black is just having fun, and I mean, she can try. She's not in danger of losing here anytime, so she'll just try.
I think so, and sort of predicting their personalities, and maybe both players are a little bit too proud to come forward and offer a draw, and perhaps the other player would have easily accepted had there been a draw offer. Maybe someone watching the
Mm.
official broadcast can tell us whether there were any whispers across the board or not. But I
I
highly
mean,
doubt it.
yeah, I also doubt it because Black really had the opportunity to repeat the positions when she gave a check from behind. So she just could have kept going doing that. So, yeah, as White, I would also not offer a draw because when your opponent is not doing the repetial, you know, okay, they want to play on, so whatever, we'll just play on.
Mm-hmm.
So Black is the person here, I think, who should offer the draw if she wants a draw. If she realizes, okay, I tried everything, she defended all my little threats, so I'm gonna go for the draw here.
I
But
think
I
you're
mean, if
right.
we look
Mm-hmm.
back, I mean, White was really better here. She was 2 pawns up by Shali
Yeah.
and didn't find the best lines, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree. It wasn't easy though. It definitely wasn't a easy
No,
situation for her.
100%. I mean,
And
maybe we can look back at the
yeah,
crucial position, just
yeah, with some
maybe
tactics.
to check this time with an engine, what was the best
Yeah, just somewhere
best
along
thing
here.
for her to play.
Exactly. Yeah, it
It
was a
was
knight e5
after
actually.
knight, yeah, after 95. Oh, I see rook a3 is the best move here, which is a really pretty move to activate your rook over the a file.
Oh, can we come back to this move you're talking about?
Oh, you
Which?
have it open
Uh, oh, in this
after
position
95.
itself? Okay, 95.
Yeah,
All right, sorry.
yeah.
Okay,
Rook
so in this
a3 here
position,
is
rook
the best
a3.
move.
So she did play rook a3 at some stage. Maybe she realized a little bit late that this was the best because, of course, instead of bringing the queen all the way back, um, it was allowing for this to recapture with the rook and wouldn't have to ruin the pawn structure at all. So very nice find. I didn't even consider it once.
Mhm.
In the live position, king to f8. Mm.
I mean, here she's 2 pawns up. Not easy. Black still has some pressure against the f file, so she still needs to play good moves. But so yeah, if Black plays something like bishop e7 here as White, we can just keep developing our pieces. Oh, okay. It seems like we have to play rook b3 then to prevent rook b8 from happening, so our queen can stay there for now and still have pressure on e5 and everything. But yeah, not so easy.
So interesting that just like taking the knight, which feels like a free knight, is just not a good idea. Yeah, very interesting. Wow. Because rook b8,
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
probably
always
taking it.
f2 is hanging, right? f2 is just too important of a pawn.
Yeah. Very nice tactics, but tough. Tough to see.
Okay, so what happened
It was
in the game?
oops. It went to the current position. Ah, you meant current position or in the game where there was knight takes f3?
Oh, current position. Yes. No, I mean current position.
Okay, we can go to the current position. So king f8, and I was just thinking like bishop f6 should be fine, right? Because one, you're still... Oh! Okay.
Oh, she's
Very
going for it. She's
spicy.
like, okay, if you're not doing anything, I will just try to promote my pawns, and then you at some point you have to take the draw because otherwise I will promote.
Yep. A quick king e8, so she's definitely considered this. And now bishop f6 maybe, and then king f7.
But I think you can also see here that Tang Jiangji is also to try to play against the clock of Vaishali. Vaishali is down to 3 minutes again, and Tan is still with 30 minutes. So that's a really nice tactic also when you have a drawn position. Just sometimes it's a good idea to play quick, to keep your opponent under constant pressure so they don't have time to think too long at a critical position. So because if you think, they also have time to think on your time, right?
Yeah. I
So
like that.
she's trying to
Yeah.
prevent that, making the moves fast, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. And especially what I found that tactics like that can work super well, keeping the pieces on the board, keeping the pressure, and suddenly your opponent's just caving, or even better, like blundering in certain situations. But I've also found that players have been on the receiving end of having more time, and just by trying to flag the opponent, they would make a mistake by playing fast. So it could go both ways in that instance, and I've seen it happen on many occasions with my students, against my students, with me, against me. Yeah, it's kind of
That's true. That's true.
wild.
That's an issue.
Oh, a quick e6, and now maybe just a couple checks. Rook f1, king, 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 king. But yeah, black's king is no longer going anywhere. It has reached the end of the road. Like, there's not a rank after the 8th, unfortunately, unless you're playing team chess. Sorry.
But now if our king like makes it to f6, for example. Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we're never controlling the e8 square with our dark squared bishop, so...
Yeah. But also giving our king enough time to access the f6 square might be difficult if black's plan is just play some checks. Or maybe even coming around, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we're fine as white with the draw. I just mean, like, black can give checks the whole time from the back. We cannot prevent that as white.
Mm-hmm. It's very true. Oh, here we go. And a check. And a check. And a check. Because the moment maybe the king goes here, we have like rook protecting the pawn. Then this might happen. Or not even. I think this bishop might have to protect the square if the king wants to go to f6. So maybe never mind the h5 pawn, just play here. Hope that the rook won't check the king, and then go bishop to g5.
But even this, we can never win this as white.
That's true. No progress, no check with the pawn. This is the only pawn that can do anything. Yeah, you're right. This might just result.
Okay, now this position we have now with second time. She already gave a check on f1, one move earlier.
Maybe just king e4.
Yeah, so now we could repeat.
Yeah, if Vaishali wants a draw, she's happy with king e4. If not, we might see some other ideas. And the drum roll starts. I like your drum roll better. You're funny.
You're funny.
We're funny. Lichess, bring
We're
us back.
so funny.
We should start a podcast. No, chess jokes.
I already have a podcast, but it's a German one.
You do? Ich sprechen
Yes.
Sie Deutsch.
I have a German chess podcast. podcast.
Das ist
But maybe
ein
maybe we should invite
Autobahn.
you, and we can interview you in
Ja,
German, so you can flex with all your German German skills.
ja, ist goede idee.
Okay, chat is asking why not king g5. Maybe we can check that real quick. Instead of king e4, if king g5 would have been an idea. Okay, now they are repeating the moves here.
I
Okay,
think so.
we got it. Now she can claim.
Yeah,
She
in this
can
position,
claim.
perhaps
She can claim.
they might.
This is 3 times the position. Both of them can claim. They already had this position here 3 times.
It may, in fact, be claimable.
Yeah, this is gonna end in a draw any second. I mean, king g5 here is also still a draw. After king g5, h4 even can happen. If we take on h4, then rook takes f5, for example.
And just like keeping the bishop around because it won't really be a mate. I mean,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
so king h4.
Oh, maybe even just playing this because of e7.
Yeah. I mean, you also don't have the need to do this because now after king e4, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 times repetition, but most of the moves here are a draw as long as you are not blundering your bishop.
Yeah, most games are either drawn or won if you don't blunder at all. So I find that to be a very easy trick when it comes to. She played king e5.
Vaishali played on. Vaishali played on.
Why?
Here.
Okay, wait.
That is interesting.
I think I understand. Right? Check, king here. If check again, you come back with the bishop, and then you push the pawn.
And h4.
Okay,
I
h4.
see, yeah.
True. Okay.
But that is interesting. Okay, now black can claim. She can just claim. Why did she play king e5? It's like,
pride and prejudice.
No, she just wanted to give her opponent a shock for a second. Both of them are too pride to claim the draw, right?
Yeah.
They're
waiting for the arbiter
until someone is claiming the draw. Yeah, no, they're waiting until the other person is claiming the draw because you feel like the person who's claiming the draw is a little bit worse, right?
This is
because
like 10-head
you don't
strategy.
Want to be. You're like, I don't need to claim. I can keep playing this position. What are you talking about?
It is a 10-head strategy.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. I completely agree. And a draw has been
agreed. Now it's a draw. Okay.
Yeah. But honestly, that was some like 10-head strats for tomorrow. This was all aimed at tomorrow's game. It's got nothing to do with today's results, which they already knew was a draw. But we're really happy to have 2 decisive results and 2 draws, which meant that today was not at all boring for us. I don't think 1 second was boring, in fact. And what are your impressions of today, by the way?
I think every single game was so interesting. I mean, first of all, Nana against Lei Ting was, from the beginning of, they spent so much time, so we didn't really have so we had a lot of moves coming in time travel. That's where everything happened. Really complicated position. So I really like that we had 2 decisive games. That means that Nana and Song are in a must-win situation tomorrow, which makes it even more interesting for the opening choice. Because when you're in a must-win situation, you're more likely to play like a little bit more risky openings. So that's really nice, I think. And yeah, we also have 2 draws. So if someone wins there in the second match, they're through to the semifinals of this year's Women's World Cup, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, and I think that having a rest day during that tiebreak day is sort of fundamental sometimes, especially after the tournament having gone on for so long already. You sort of want that day to rest and not have to worry about tiebreaks. So I think players who are sitting on, I mean, even those who have half a point or sitting on 1 point will want to finish the job off tomorrow and have a rest on the following day just to recuperate and be ready for the semi-finals, which is going to be both high stakes and super interesting for us to take a look at. But thank you so much, Katharina, for today. Honestly, it's such a joy.
Did you need to look at my name for a second?
No,
You
I
were like,
didn't. I was
Katharina.
no, honestly, I was just like looking down because I needed my brain to work for a second. I'm like, Katharina. Sorry, I'll like look up next time. Be like, Katharina. No, Katharina.
Oh no, I had so much fun with you. Thank you so much. You
Yeah.
no, that was great, and I can't wait to do all the other rounds with you as well. So we'll be back tomorrow at
Yes.
1. But we also have other commentators coming up along the way. I saw that Ellen and Neil will also commentate some rounds. I don't know the exact schedule yet, but I
Yep.
think that will also be released. Really shortly. So yeah, I'm happy, and I can't wait to see more great chess.
Me too. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye, everyone.